We got the sun coming in at a funky angle here. Yeah, I know you are. I heard all about it. Felix. Just rolled into Ohio. I'm in Orville, Ohio. Got to deliver here first thing in the morning, and I'm just parked up on one of the side roads here, looking at the entrance. I can't deliver till 9 o'clock, for fuck's sakes. They don't open. A steel plant that doesn't open till 9 a.m. or start receiving till 9 a.m. When the fuck do you ever hear about that? Jesus, this one is not. There we go. Ken, how we doing? Glad you're here. WBE clips. Oh God, what have we got going on now? Sheila, how are you? Glad you're here. Brian, give Curtis a wrench because I'm driving right now, and that's his other. I can't give a wrench from here, Dar. You're gonna have to do it. 21. How the hell are you, brother? How the hell are you? Rogue. Glad you're here. Michael, I'm smoking a Drew Estate tobacco. I am smoking a CAO. This is their engine. They've got a fucking engine series. They're called flatheads, and they got different. This is a 660. Not a bad stogie. Not too bad at all. I've been enjoying these for a while. These are bang for buck smokes. Like this is a $9 stogie. Love it. Patrick, how you doing, brother? Glad you're here. Chris, good to see you. Hampton, Virginia. Long way to come, man. I'm in Orville, Ohio. Will, you got to tie that down, dude. You got to tie her down, Mr. Bees. Glad you're here. You tell him, Sheila. Don't fuck around with that boy. Just tell him. Start right out. Nope. Oh, that's fucking horrible. I won't be doing that again. Nope. Oh. That's why my wife and kids say to me, like, why are you always scared to try new shit? That's why, right there. Stick with what you know. Hey, Greg. I stick with what I know. You know, I know this shit is good. I know that it tastes good, and I know that I like it, so that's what I'll stick with. But I figured I'd try something new. That's watermelon bubbly. Fuck, is that horrible? That's good. Patrick, do I want a hot sausage pizza slice? Right about now, yeah, I would. I wouldn't mind. I'm fucking starving. Clips, they do not taste like shit. The cherry's pretty good. The strawberry's pretty good. Most of them pretty good. The watermelon, not so much. It tastes like ass. Oh, fuck. No wonder. I got this fucking. There's Willie. I thought I had it like I was watching him just before I came on here. And I'm trying to figure out where this other voice is coming from inside my fucking truck. God damn it. Let's turn Willie off. Willie's pub is bye-bye. You guys are welcome to go hang out with Willie if you want. Well, Pat, if you've got 2 left over, you want to run them down the road here to Orville, Ohio, I'll take them. I will take them. Absolutely. Robert, no, that's shit. Yeah, that watermelon bubbly is shit. Mr. Pease, what's going on? Oh, see, there we go. There's the bubbly right there. Will we all good here, brother? Or we are all good here, brother. Just another day above the dirt. It's all you can ask for. Give me 24 hours above dirt, and we'll try again tomorrow. Clifton, yo, bro, John, how you doing, man? You like the hat, John? Cheap ass hat from Nashville. Didn't even bother going in for the money shot. Just went and got the cheapest one I could fucking stick on my head and get out the door with. Ah. Thanks, Pat. You just send me those pizza slices by text. I'll take them. I'm not picky. Anything you want to send it. I'll be happy to fucking take it. By text, email, send it by camel, drone, whatever you want. Hey, Will, when are you coming up to get that book? Where the hell is it? I've got your fucking map book in my truck here. I'm going to take it out of the truck and put it at the house. But when are you coming up to get it? The reason I'm asking when are you coming to get the book is because I want the drone. So you bring the drone and I'll give you the book. Fair trade. Robert, every man should have cigars handy. You were just about to ask about the drone. Well, you fucking didn't. I just did. So when are you coming up? When are you going by the house? Actually, don't even answer. Working it with Dark. Just let me know. There you go. You're meeting him halfway. Sheila, when we invite you, that's when we can have it? Okay. If I'm back next weekend, can do then. Good enough. You can have your book. Don't mind all the dirty pictures and the shit and all the stuff I put in there, right? And Sharpie. I got bored the other night, so I was opening your book and then drawing pictures in it. So I'm going to show you. I drew a picture of a female's anatomy. I figured you needed some help, buddy. Really not doing so hot these days, eh? Robert, this would cost you 55 pounds? Are you out of your fucking mind? Quit smoking for 55 pounds. No moose knuckles. Attaboy. Are cigars that expensive in England? I would imagine they would be because they got to be imported, right? Well, in Canada, all these cigars that I smoke are all imported, but they're not as imported as they would be for you. They got to travel a whole lot farther to get up to you than they do to me. Tell you what, you send me 55 pounds and I'll send you a cigar. Plus shipping and handling, so it's another 55 pounds. So give me 110 pounds, I'll send you a couple cigars. Yeah, clips. We've already used the drone. We made a deal a while back for this drone. It's really kind of cool. I'm really looking forward to getting it. I've got some really good ideas. Gaines, I think I made a mistake. I used Nair on my head. fuck. That's a mistake. As long as you didn't have it on your hand and scratch your balls, buddy. Keep it on your head. As long as you didn't fucking get it south of the border, you should be okay. Oh, fuck. Michael, Cigar International. Yeah, I think they do ship to Canada. They do. They're a little pricier, but you see, I can get them up here. I can get authentic Cubans and Nicks and whatnot up here, and I've got a connection up here, so I don't pay full price for cigars up here. Like retail price. Like, for example, like this one here is a $9 cigar. It would usually be about $16, so I pay $9 for it. For the Monte Cristo number 2s, like the real Cuban Monte Cristo number 2s, retail, those are about $44 to $45 up here. I get those for about $29, something like that. So yeah, chaos. Weekend is over. I'm in Ohio delivering. I left the house this morning. Had a really, really good fucking weekend though. I really did. I got to see two of my daughters. One of my oldest daughters, my second oldest daughter, she lives in Colombia, but she's back up in Canada for a couple of weeks. She's going to a wedding, a girlfriend of hers wedding. So Dara and I were able to run down to Toronto and spend an afternoon with her. We went for lunch down in Queens Quay in Toronto and walked around a bit and went for coffee. So it was nice. We were able to do that. That was on Friday. And then Friday night, we figured, well, we're so close. My youngest daughter, she lives in Burlington. So, Oakville. So we went from Toronto up to Oakville and we got to go hang out, and we took her out for dinner and got to spend the evening with her. Isn't it funny that when you've got kids, you go out for dinner or you go for lunch, you never, ever, ever see them pull out their credit card? Never. I have never in my life ever gone out or taken my kids out for dinner and had any one of them ever go, "Oh, no, Dad, put that away. I got this." Funny how that is. Don't get me wrong. That's not a gripe. I really don't give a shit. If I get a chance to, have lunch in an afternoon with one of my kids and then have dinner in an evening with my other kid, it's worth every penny that I could spend. So that wasn't a bitch, but that was our weekend. And then we ran, where'd we go? We ran out by the Niagara area, and we picked up a big old fucking fat package of some shit out there and brought it home. And then we spent Saturday out in the backyard, just sitting there by the pool, fucking relaxing. Had a beautiful night, had a bite to eat. We barbecued some shit. I say shit, but we barbecued, Yeah, Pat. Yeah. Some of them are Indian Reserve discounts, yeah. But I also have another connection for the other stuff. Mr. B's, everything's expensive in Canada, yeah. In England, sorry. I only buy daily deals from Cigar International. I've never bought from them, so I don't know what kind of deals you can get. But I'll check them out. I think that's who Best uses, is it not? That's who he gets his shit from. He gets his cigars from. Brian, you need a son like Will. He pulled out his card for a yummy brunch. Yeah? Tell you what, Sheila. We've fed him more meals than I can count. He owes me a brunch. Hope you're listening, Will. Keep your credit card ready. When I see you, I want brunch. You owe me and Dar. So yeah, it wasn't a bad weekend actually. That was our weekend, and then we got to hang out. We had a real nice fire last night. Sat out by the fire pit, and yeah, it's not bad. Mr. Bees, you must be exhausted. You must be exhausted with a trip like that. You made it 35 miles this month. Left the property, wants to go into town for a sheet of plywood. Dude, I don't know how you hold yourself together with that kind of work. I'm telling you. Nice big steak. Yeah, John, I'll take that. Bulldog, what kind of big package? What kind of package are you getting in Niagara? Well, it was just a big package of some clothes and just some shit we had laying around, and we had to go pick up from somebody. And yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. No wine though. I obviously don't drink, but and I don't think I could take Dar on one of those wine tours. That would just bore the shit out of me, and she'd be bombed 7 minutes into it. So I don't think it's worth it to do that. Will, your car broke, eh? Yeah. Oh crap. Don't worry about it. Uh Will, you can pull out your card when you meet me for lunch. You know what? You two should actually hook up, and I'll just pay the bills. Okay? You guys just hook up and go out on dates and go for lunch and Clips. I understand, Clips. You burnt yourself today, did you? Absolutely cooked yourself. Oh, I'm getting really nice flavor out of this right now. Oh, I could just forget about you guys and sit here and smoke this. This is nice. Really liking this. So what else we got going on? What else is going on this week? What everybody do? I'm telling you. What did we do this week? What else did we do? We had a really good week last week too. Dar came with me last week. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I miss that. I think she should come out more. COVID shut it down, so she wasn't able to come out for a while, eh? So it was kind of cool that she was able. She came out for 2 weeks in a row. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Hey, Don. Nice of you to tune in, brother. Nice of you to tune in. Yeah, Clips, I heard you got your mind blown and your ass burnt. That's a pretty good combination, bro. Will, tell you the truth, I'd almost say, yeah, go for it. But, bro, you couldn't afford it. I don't think you can afford it. Love that, Robert. I will not be disrespectful, but Dar is a dream. Yeah, you know what, Robert? She is a dream. She's an absolute dream. So your 30-mile trip cost you what, $105? Hope you were getting paid well. Organized. Had to drop my company truck off at the shop for a bad vibration. Was it vibrating on the ass? Was it your ass vibrating, or was it coming through the steering wheel off the front? The funny thing about these goddamn trucks these days, it could be one simple fucking thing. Like the simplest thing will cause a vibration. You know, back in the day, it would be okay. It's a hanger bearing. You know, it's a bushing or something like that. These days, it could be fucking anything. It could be as much as you've got one tire that's got you've chunked it or something like that. It's insane. Dar says she's not that expensive. Yeah, well, you're right. That's why I'm paying the bills. Yeah. Well, Bees, if you're making a workbench, what are you going to be making? Chaos. You were feeling it through the steering wheel. Something with the front passenger tire, but I had to have them train. You know, it's one of those things. If you put it in the shop, they're just going to start with the list. All right, let's check the alignment. Let's check the tire. Let's check the kingpin. Let's check the fucking. They've got a checklist they're going to go through. Funny enough, though, I've found often enough that if I'm getting a vibration in the steering wheel, it has nothing to do with the front. It's usually something on the ass end. It's it's your hanger bearing. You've got one shock. I had one blown shock, $69 fucking shock. But truck was vibrating like this with a shock. Sway bar, bad sway bar. That's the shitty thing. You can't name it. You can't just. It's not like back years and years ago. You could probably have one symptom and come up with three things, and it was one of those three things. On these trucks now, you could have one symptom and it could be 29 fucking things. IH. Hey, when'd you sneak in, bro? There you are. Air ride height. Exactly. Like we could sit here literally all night. Could be this, could be this, could be this, could be. And the fucking thing is, it could be a $30 part, but you're going to get 8 hours of fucking labor while they diagnose and try everything until they figure out what it is. Stop texting me, folks. Not answering your text messages. I have a 76 Ford 4-wheel drive that would jump like that, bad sway bar. You'd be in one lane and end up in the other. Yeah, let go of the wheel. Have fun. Try steering with your knee while you're lighting your cigarette but holding your beer. Truck problems are more complex than women's problems. Bro, I don't fucking know about that, Pat. I don't know. I've got the woman, 5 daughters. That's a lot of fucking estrogen in woman problems. I've had a lot of trucks. I don't think that's a fair swap. All right, let's throw that one in there for him. There you go. Poor Brian, too many women. Will, you can never have too many women. Never. Michael, you just nailed a really good one right there. Who was I talking to? I was talking to somebody the other night, and we don't have mechanics anymore. Quality of the mechanic working on them isn't great. Mike, we don't have mechanics anymore. We have technicians, right? And all of these technicians, all they do is plug into the truck and they fucking, whatever the computer tells them the problem is, that's what they do. And then they just do R&R, remove and replace. They don't fix anything. Remove and replace, remove and replace. If you're not careful, if you're a small-time owner operator and you don't know your truck, if you're not careful, man, they'll remove and replace 3 or 4 different fucking parts on your truck and you'll pay for all of them until they figure out which one's the right one. It's going down, Red Hawk. How's Callie treating you today? Oxy, man, glad you're here. And you are right, ladies are good. So it's not a mechanics anymore, unless you get into some of the older, the older time shops where, the original owner or the owner, he's a wrench turner and he believes in doing things the old-fashioned way. The guy I used to use, he's retired now, but he could do the front end alignment on this with a piece of string. Piece of string and a fucking and a pencil. And the goddamn front alignment would be just as good as the putting it on the alignment rack. Back in the old days, he used to take a broom handle, right, and put one end of the broom handle up against the engine, the side of the engine, and put his ear to the other end and listen to the vibration of the engine running through the broom handle, and he could diagnose if there was a misfire. He could even tell you what cylinder it was coming out of. Like those are the old guys that used to do that kind of stuff. We don't have that now. We don't have that guy. All we've got now are guys that, you know, these guys are wizards with a computer, absolute wizards with a computer, but they don't do nothing unless the computer tells them what it is. They really don't. They're training heavy duty mechanics to work on electric rigs as if that's going to be viable. I don't know. I think when the electrics come in, like once they're in and they're running and they're operating and they're up and they're the norm, I got a feeling there's not really probably a whole lot of parts on the mechanical end of those. You know, you're going to have motors and batteries, but how do you fix that? Right? How do you fix that? You blow a motor, an electric motor, they're pretty much garbage. They'll go back and get recycled or they'll get rebuilt. But nobody's taking your blown motor from a Tesla truck into a shop and they're fixing it, right? They're just going to replace the motor. It's remove and replace, remove and replace. Yeah, Cliff, I've seen him do it 100 times. Seen him do it 100 fucking times, doing a fucking and he was dead on. Dead on. It was as good, if not better, than using the lasers. Absolutely. The old school ways of doing that kind of shit was really cool. Everybody, get your wallets out. Get your wallets out. Fucking throw some money at fucking Hunter. I wish I knew how to do that, Mr. Bees. I wish I knew how to do that. That there's a talent to that, you know. And guys just don't learn how to do that, or guys just don't wake up one day and know how to do that. There's actually a talent to that. It's actually kind of cool. Or, you know, years ago, you'd blow a starter. Nowadays, they just rip the starter out, put a new starter in. Years ago, you know, you could walk into a shop and there'd be a guy with a starter sitting on the workbench and he'd have it apart and he'd be fixing it. Don't replace it. They'd be fixing it. Alternator, same thing. It was just it wasn't easy to do, but it was just, that's the way they did it. They don't, nowadays, everything is so, it's just remove and replace. It's easier and faster just to rip a starter out and put a new one in than to actually fix one. Freight Shaker, how you doing, brother? You goddamn right. I like that. Mr. B's old school is good school. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. I wish there was a way we could kind of get back to some of that, you know. It's almost heartbreaking when you walk into a Freightliner or a Volvo or a dealership and there's nobody there that knows how to build a truck. You know, they know how to diagnose a computer. They know how to plug that fucking thing in and charge you $90 just to plug it in. They know how to do that real fucking well. Do they know how to fix a truck? No. Nope. Shaker's out there living the dream on the big road. You know what? That's important, buddy. Because when the day comes, when you get out of that bed back there and you get in this seat in the morning and you go to turn that key and you go, that's when it's not the dream anymore. That's when it becomes more of a job and it's work. And that's when you don't want to do it. And that's when you need to get the fuck out of it. Mr. Peace, your shit broke down on the side of the road. You got your ass out of the truck and fixed the damn thing. Dude, I couldn't do that with this. I couldn't do that with this. Honest to God. Open the hood on these new trucks. You know, it's funny. It'd be like, this isn't even a truck. Okay, it is a truck, but it's not even a truck. It's a fucking computer. You know, you're gonna go into Kenworth tomorrow, and you're gonna pay $250,000 for a computer, and they're gonna throw the truck in for free. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. You're not buying a fucking truck. You're buying a computer and sensors and ECMs and cables and wires, and that's what you're buying. They're throwing the truck in for free. The truck is the cheap part. That's what they're doing. You got it, Jonesy. Computer with a bunch of plastic and fiberglass. I'll be honest with you. I got a Cascadia. I don't even see any fucking fiberglass. I think I'm all plastic on this thing. I don't care. It's not a big deal for me. It does what it's supposed to do. But yeah. Yeah. Excel, that's the way to do it, eh? That's the way to do it. Too many guys. How many guys do you see nowadays? My age, or even a little older than me, for say, and they're out here not because they want to be, but because they got to be. You know, they've got 2 ex-wives and 5 kids, and you know they don't want to be driving a truck anymore at 60, 65, but they are, and they're absolutely fucking miserable doing it. I'm grateful that I'm not in that position, you know, and hopefully I won't be. If I can keep my shit together for a few more years. Yeah, Cliff, that's exactly why I get such good fuel mileage. The goddamn thing doesn't weigh anything. I'm the heaviest fucking thing in the truck. If I get out of the truck, I'm looking at 11 miles per gallon, baby. You kidding? IH 500 pounds, Donald. I must have missed that. Most guys don't even know their wheel torque values. Well, you just got it answered. You just got it answered for you. 18 Willy Millie. There you go. What do you say, Nevada? Man, did I get some emails about that video? That was interesting. I got some good comments. I was expecting more. I really thought I was going to get more, but I got some interesting emails. For some reason, you guys thinking I was dragging Nevada through the mud. He knew about it before I made the video, guys. So if you're one of the guys who's thinking that I bum rushed him or I fucked him over or I embarrassed him, he knew about that video before I even made it. So, but I thank you for the emails. Some of them were interesting. I like your choice of vocabulary on some of them. It was good. Mike, I average 8 miles per gallon up the Northeast. That's about what I would. I don't do a lot of the Northeast. Obviously, right now I'm out in the Midwest. I'm out in Ohio. So I don't do a lot of that. And when I'm not out here, I'm usually down. I'm down the East Coast. I do a lot of Jersey and whatnot like that. So this thing runs a steady. If I do it like over a week period, it'll run me a steady 8.7, 8.8. I'm good with that. I got no problem with that, really. He doesn't deserve it. Nevada's a good boy. I like him. Red Hawk, I just think you like seeing anybody get dragged through the mud unless it's you. Yeah, there you go, eh? Red Hawk's just mad he lives in the wrong rancho. Yeah. As long as anybody else but Red Hawk's getting dragged through the mud, he's good. Oh. Fuck, I Got ashes on my new ones. So you guys see these ones? Just got. These are going back actually because of that. Look at that. They fucked it up. It looks like somebody took a stamp and went ba-clunk. So these ones got to go back. But I grabbed one and threw it in the truck. But son of a bitch pissed me the fuck off. Hey, Karen, how are you? I'm sorry, I saw your name pop up earlier, but I was in the middle of saying something, and I meant to say something to you. My apologies, sweetheart. Red Hawk, get somebody else to do your fucking editing. I don't even do my own editing. I send everything back to Dar. She does it. Yeah, Mike, we don't have them online yet. We're just what we're doing is we're just getting everything for our shirts, pens, shit like that. We're just getting everything set up, and then yeah, we're gonna probably offer some merchandise. We're gonna throw it out there and just throw a couple bucks at it and see what we can get. Nothing big, nothing fancy. Gun term 2009. That's a nice. Don't think I've seen that one. Ricardo, I'm not heading anywhere, bro. I just parked for the night. I'm in Orville, Ohio. Ace of Spades, glad you're here. We're doing good tonight. Got a stogie, got a drink. Just killing time. Still got some daylight. Deliver 9. I got to deliver 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. A fucking steel mill and a steel plant in the goddamn place doesn't open till 9, or they don't start receiving till 9. Fuck, if you guys want your shit edited, fucking Dar will fucking edit it for you. It'll cost you, but Dar will do it for you. Donald, we've we've got it set up on our channel. We just haven't presented it yet. We're going to be putting the merch out there. But like I said, I wanted to make sure everything was set up. For example, I didn't want to put it all out there and then get an order of shirts and have this problem. I'm not selling you guys that. Like, that looks like shit, right? That's is just my opinion, but like, I don't like this. That looks like a stamp, so I didn't want to do all that. And then after call, say, I'm sorry, guys. You paid for your shirts, but we got to wait until we get more in. So I wanted to make sure that we got any bugs worked out. A little early in the night for that, Johnny. Little early in the night for that. Curtis, on the other hand, he'd pull his shirt up and show you his tits in a fucking minute, but little early in the night. Nevada, I want one black and white, no color. Well, we're gonna do something. We're gonna have the colors. We're gonna do black shirts, gray shirts. I don't want to make a big fucking production of this, right? I'm not opening a goddamn Walmart. We're just gonna do simple colors: black, white, gray, whatever, and that kind of thing. Couple of logos, that kind of thing. Oh, yeah, actually, Dar's right. We're gonna change some of the logo as well. We're gonna change some of the. Yeah, Curtis, you're right. Red Hawk owes you a shirt, or he owes you a hat for pulling off your chest hair. And Best owes you a couple of shirts. I paid up mine. You've got my shirts. I paid up. Go get your shirts from James. Either that, or I think he's going to take them down to Vegas, and I'll have to bring them back. Yeah. No. Kyle, already thought of it. Already thought of it. Along the back, across the back, down the wheel burner song, the lyrics. Already thought of it. Yeah, good idea. It's just got to be affordable, right? I don't want to be able to. I can have the shirts made, or we can actually make the shirts. Dar's got the machines at home to actually make all this stuff if we want to. It's just the time and labor. But you know, I'm not about to ask you guys to pay fucking $49 for a fucking t-shirt because of the amount of work that has to go into it, right? And when I say $49, I mean Canadian. So what's a $49 for a fucking Canadian is what, 38 bucks US or whatever. So it's got to be something that's got to be cost feasible. I would feel, you know, if I can't do it and offer it to you at a price that's, you know, where just about anybody, you know, can roll their couch cushions for change and afford a shirt, then I'm not going to do it. So I just want to make sure it's good. Well, I appreciate that. You know what? 18 wheel, I appreciate that. Thanks a lot. You know, but again, I myself couldn't, you know, fucking throw it out there. First of all, I'm not going to throw out a shirt that looks like shit because it's got my name on it, and at least I want to stand behind what I'm putting out there. And second of all, I just can't justify asking people. I know what fucking shirts cost. I know how much a t-shirt cost. I know how much it costs to material. So, you know, if we can do it for a really reasonable cost, then, you know, fuck it. Yeah, we'll throw them out and you guys will buy them. You guys can buy them. It would be great to have the name out there. You know, between the business cards, the pens. I think we got a couple other little ideas. Dar wants to do mugs and some coasters and just knickknack shit like that. You know, just knickknack shit like that. Actually, the one I am gonna do is it's an 8-inch vinyl, right? And it'll actually go on your truck. So it'll fit down in the corner. Say if you've got a fairing, say on a Cascadia or a Volvo or even the new T680s, you know, it'll just be the wheel burner emblem on a. Obviously, it's clear vinyl, and you just, you know, wash the spot on the truck. You put the vinyl on, you smooth it out, and they look fucking good. Send you some Gucci products for Dar to slap logos on. Dude, you want to? What are you going to sell with Gucci? You want to sell Nevada Trucking and Trails on Gucci? I'd buy an AT. I'd buy a wheel burner ashtray for my cigar smoking. You know what? You guys come up with the fucking ideas. If I can do it, why the fuck not? You want to buy a wheel burner ashtray? What the hell? What the hell? Uh-oh. Dar's writing all your ideas down. You guys are looking for a link already? God damn it. We're not even into this an hour and you guys are wanting to. Holy shit. Oh, that we can hook you up with clips. That's awesome. Nevada, that is awesome. Well, we are definitely doing the vinyl. So I'll either bring it to Vegas or I'll just ship it to you. I don't care. Wheel burner cigar clippers. You know what? These goddamn things are too expensive. These two goddamn things are too expensive. Like this one here is like this cigar clipper. This one here is like a $65 clipper. Where the hell am I going to put a wheel burner logo on that? The wheel burner auto blow. I don't know. Who says I don't already have one of those? She's sitting at home putting the link up right now. Yeah. Five by five, Kyle. That work? Something like that. Like the size of a tea, a saucer for a teacup. Something like that, eh? Mike, I got wire coils from Evaco Rolling Mills. TBT, brother, how are you, man? Dar, just pin the link if you want. Just pin it at the top. An engraved logo. Don, what kind of? So 5 by 5 is okay. Okay. I was going to do the 8s. We measured them out. The 8s are perfect on a fairing. 5, an 8, I can see it now because I've seen your videos where you've got them on the inside. So, yeah, that'd be too big up there. But, yeah, we'll throw 5 at you. If you're willing to throw it on your visor, man, I'll take it. No problem. Appreciate it. Really do. Yeah, oh, sir, I'm impersonating a flatbedder this week. One of these days, I'm going to get found out. No, I think I'm going to do this. I got to deliver this tomorrow. My reload is only 38 miles down the road in Sugar Creek. That's bricks. That's going back to Montreal, but I'm going to try and get them. I'm going to get them to allow me to drop it in the yard and turn. I'd like to get back onto vans. I'm not all that shit hot crazy about being back on flatbeds, especially after I did it last week and I did it the week before. And it's one of those cases, you ask, they come to you and say, oh, can you do us a favor? And you're like, yeah, okay, I'll do you a favor. No problem. So you do it and then the next week it's like, they didn't even ask, right? They didn't even ask. And next thing you know, this week I took the load. I took the flatbed load because Dar and I were done on Thursday. And I wanted to take a load home over the weekend and deliver it today. And if I didn't take this load, I would have had to bobtail home and then bobtail back up like this morning. And it's 90 miles home and 90 miles back. And I didn't feel like doing that and burning the fuel and starting the logbook. So I took this load as sort of like a consolation, right? So, Mrs. Nevada, good evening. Hope you're well, love. Do I haul anything up to Northern Ontario? I try my best not to. I really do. Too many hills. The roads suck. Bad fuel mileage. Shitty truck stops. And crazy fucking foreign drivers, if you know what I mean. So the short answer to that is no. But the long answer to that is I already answered it. Well, TBT in this case here, it wasn't really. I'm responsible for taking this load. I took this one. But yeah, it's kind of like that, eh? You say, oh yeah, I'll do it for you once. And the next week they don't even ask you. It's like, well, okay, I'll do it again. But I can't stay on this for an extended period of time, right? Like even in one day, like tomorrow, I'm going to pull, I think there's 14 straps on this one. So I got to pull 14 straps off it. And then I got to go down and load bricks. My back, and for one day, that's one day. You're going to offload in the morning and I'll reload in the morning. my back being in the fragile state it is takes a beating. It really does. It takes a real big shit kicking when I do that. And then I got to drive, I got to at least crack the 550 mark for miles. So Barry, how are you? Britt, glad you're here. How you doing, brother? 905. No, bricks are easy. 905. I wasn't complaining about the load. Bricks are fucking easy. It's not doing the load. It's the bar. It's cranking the straps down to get them down. I need 2 back surgeries. I need a couple of surgeries on my back, and it's right at my lower back. And that's when you're cranking that bar down. That's all that is, right? It's all lower back. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an issue. Like fucking taking straps off slinkies and doing bricks. It's super easy. You're right. The loads are easy. There's nothing to them. It's just the state of my back. It hurts. I'm going to do that tomorrow. And probably by tomorrow night, when I go to bed tomorrow night, I'm going to be dropping Advil or dropping Tylenol, and I'll be sore. Whereas the average guy probably isn't. Just, you know what, man? Just a couple of motorcycle accidents when I was younger. Didn't take care of myself. Didn't get the proper treatment. Yeah, Dar just answered it. Disc issues. They're probably going to be putting a plate, or a bar in with a couple of plates, and they're going to be fusing 2 areas to one area for sure together, and possibly another. So I'm going to lose some mobility, but it'll certainly help with the pain. It will. Yeah, Karen. Degenerative discs. On top of that, degenerative disc with arthritis. On top of it, I mean, my whole spine from my shoulder blades down is a mess. It really is. I would love to. 905. I'd love to ride a bike. I really would. The problem, my back can't take the pounding. I was out at my brother's place, and he's got a couple bikes, and he had a real nice Suzuki Boulevard. And I hate to say those words are real nice Japanese, but it was a Suzuki Boulevard, and I took it out for an afternoon type deal. And even with the soft ass in that thing, I got off that bike after about 2.5 hours, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to make a habit of this. And then I very stupidly, I got on his crotch rocket and took that for a rip, and that was like another mistake. So I'd love to Duluth, fuck you, fucker. I'd love to be able to ride bikes. I really would. And you know what? Maybe I might just go get one eventually again. We'll see how the surgeries go, or I might just get one just for tootling around, like going from here into town, or my place into town, or something like that. But I can't ride them like I used to, do the long distance, long runs with them, and I can't. Look at that. My own wife just threw me under the bed. No, 905. My back didn't get that memo. Where was it? I must have fucking missed it. Unfiltered. Glad you're here, man. We're doing good tonight. We're just hanging out in Ohio. And you know what? It's not that hot. It's about 20. I got the windows open. I don't even need the APU running. It's a nice night. It's not bad at all. I got no issues here tonight. Yeah, you'll be in Cincinnati tomorrow, man. I'm getting an education. I told you on the phone the other day there, Nevada, like That's one area of trucking that I've never done. I've never booked my own loads. I've never had to do that. And kind of watching what you're doing here is interesting. It really is. Keep putting those up, man. I'm following real closely with those. It's interesting as hell. Ken, you had an accident. Is that you? Accident with shattered vertebrae, disc, and nerve damage? That's rough, bro. That's rough. I went off the bike. The worst one I had is I went off the bike going through an S-turn, and I was doing okay. The bike went out from underneath me, and the bike went this way, and I had the leathers on, and I was all done, and I was just skidding. I was just sliding across the asphalt. But as I was coming through, the gravel ended and there was a curb, and I went ass first, like my right side ass, upper hip and everything first into the curb, and it just fucking shattered everything, just broke everything. And that's part of the reason that I'm in the position I'm in. Keep posting them, Kyle. We're going to watch them. Yeah. He needs another hayload. That was fucking awesome. You know what, though? I'll give you credit, Nevada. Instead of trying to fucking hide it, it was the first thing you said. I don't know if I should have booked this. It probably wasn't a good idea. You knew somebody was going to say something to you, so it's better to just cut that off. Yeah. Ran $1.60 a mile fucking hayload. At the end of the video, he goes, "Won't be doing that again." Right on, brother. Right on. Balls to the wall, man. I'll give it to Kyle and Mrs. Nevada. At least they're transparent as hell. What you see is what you get. I fucking love it. Red Hawk, how's James Best feeling today? I don't know. I haven't spoke to him today. I haven't seen him. Oh, Nick, you got Nick, I'm not going to say anything else. Go watch his video he put out this morning. But yeah, he took a fucking hayload for $1.60. Don't laugh, though. I mean, don't laugh, Nick. There we go. So I don't know. I can't see it for some reason. I can't see if that link is pinned. Can you guys see it? Is that link pinned? Something's funky going on with my screen. It's not pinned, eh? Dar, throw it up again. I don't know what's going on, why it's not pinned. It's showing something starred, but it's not. I don't know. I am not the technical genius here. This is Dar. I don't do shit. I have to phone her to ask her how to do shit. Like I got a new iPhone yesterday. Dude, I got it out of the box, and within 5 minutes, I fucked it up. 5 minutes, I fucked that phone up. I turned it on, and within 5 minutes, I had that phone fucked up. So I don't have a goddamn clue when it comes to technology. Thank God I've got kids and I've got a wife that's savvy, because I'd be lost. There we go. I didn't do it. It was her. Thanks, guys. So let me throw this at you. Not the cigar. I've been watching lately. I've been watching a bunch of other guys, like, lives. I've been watching a whole bunch of other guys' lives. And something that keeps coming up, and I can't get any satisfaction, or I can't get any right answers, or I can't get any opinions that I agree with. So I'm just going to throw this out here, because I know that just going by a lot of you guys here, I have an idea of your ages and your how long you've been driving. Yeah, well, Red Hawk, $1.60 is better than $1.59. Yeah, obviously. The new drivers that are coming in, what is the issue here? And I know that's a real big open question. Like, what is the issue with the new drivers? But what is it? And I don't want to see anybody or have anybody come into the link and go, oh, well, they're all fucking millennials and they're all this and they're all, what about me? What is it about the new drivers? There's more to it. IT supervisor. She's the whole department, TBT. Yeah. Dar runs her own business from home. So, but if she had to go to work and do a Monday to Friday 9 to 5, like work in an office or do something like that, I'd be fucked. Well, 905, you know what? I agree and I disagree. I agree and I disagree. And let me tell you why. I have some friends that are East Indians. I've got guys that I drive with that are Indian, Pakistani, fucking Afghani, um, all those countries. And I'd go down any highway with any of these guys. I would turn a wheel with any of these guys. Now, are there a lot that don't give two shits and that are problematic? Yes, absolutely. But can we clump them all into that? No, I don't think so. This be good. Who we got here? Baby boy. So the Indian thing is not really a thing. Yeah, they don't give a shit. A lot of them don't give a shit, but there are a lot of good ones. And I've driven with them and I work with them. Clifton's got it. Clifton's got it. Or he's got a big part of it. I think he's got a big part of it. It's not taught anymore. Sorry, I got something going on here. I don't know what's fucking going on with the nose. I'm going to break out in a sneeze in a minute, though. It's not taught anymore. Fuck off. Sorry, we got trolls just fucking around here. So let's get back to what I was saying. Clifton's got the right idea. Trucking isn't taught anymore. The schools these days are way too quick to bring you in, take your money, spin you around, spit you out. You get to use their truck, go to their center, and take the fucking driving test, and you now have a driver's license. It's not taught the way it should be taught. It's not broken down the way it should be broken down. And I'm not going to say that trucking or truck driving is something that can be taught like out of a book. It's not. Probably a very large portion of what I do while I'm driving, and you guys are all the same, it's done by feel and instinct now. When my truck's going down the road, I know there's a problem within 5 seconds of it happen. Going on with this truck, whether it be engine, transmission, fucking suspension, tires, anything. Anything. Your class 1 road test this past winter was simple, straight back, 15 minutes of running around the block. What does that tell you? What does that tell you, right? Karen, that is something that just irritates and angers the shit out of me. It really fucking does. If I was allowed to grab my phone while I was driving, which obviously you're not, I would have 1,000 fucking pictures a week of that exact thing. Somebody driving with their flip-flop off and their barefoot up on the dash. And I would be sending them to every company, whatever the company's name is on the side of that door. Here, this is what your driver's doing. Here, this is what your driver's doing. But in order to do that, I'd be as guilty as they are because now I'm playing with an electronic device, right? Oh yeah, Karen, 401's nothing. You go anywhere. They're all over the place. They really are. What do you say, Mike? There's no circle check anymore, just a few questions and drive around the test route. No real over-the-road training. Agreed. You'd know better than all of us, brother. You were doing it. You were teaching it. It all went to hell with the fingerless. Donnie, I agree. The fingerless glove. I cannot help but breaking out into a hearty laugh when I see some guy going down the highway and he's got both hands on the wheel. He's got those fucking fingerless gloves. Holy Christ. I laugh. That's embarrassing. Like, what are you doing? Are you worried about getting callus on your fucking hands from a fucking vinyl or plastic steering wheel? Holy Christ. Well, Britt, that's just 2 today, right? Add that up over a week or a month, you're probably into the hundreds of how many guys you see with their sandals off or their flip-flops off and their fucking foot up on the dash. And or the one that kills me is they've got one foot up on the dash, especially if they got a Volvo or a Shaker, because they've got that bar there, right? So they got their left foot up on the bar. They got their left hand holding the steering wheel, and in their right hand, they're scrolling through fucking Facebook. Like, Jesus Christ. And then we wonder why we've got accidents. And accidents for U.S. drivers, obviously, we have the 401 up here. It's our major highway, right? Last year, they didn't measure the accidents and the number of accidents and the number of trucks that were wrecked. at the end of the day, they were adding it up by in tonnage. Okay, they had this week was 66 tons of fucking truck that got smashed. Last week was 141,000 tons of fucking. What does that say? When they're measuring damage in tonnage, like boats, like ships sinking, tonnage, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I find with the Shakers and the Volvos, because they got a bigger driving area, it gives them the ability to throw their feet up. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I really don't. Yeah, they turn it into Karen. It's like an ass wiggling contest. You know, too many people are like, and here's an example. Okay, here's an example. Example. You're fucking hilarious, Kyle. Did it work? Did it
I don't
work?
know. I'm still loaded, so I can't use it. But if I got the smell tomorrow,
Okay.
I'm gonna try it out.
It does work. Take my word for it. It does work.
You just leave it in there and blow it out after like an hour. Right?
All you need to do is throw it on the floor for about an hour. You don't even need a lot. Just sprinkle it on the floor for about an hour, and then you've got a blower. Just blow it out the door. It's not like it's not like you're polluting anything. It'll just go out the back door.
Yeah, I think the new drivers just lack of responsibility and just lack of training. Like when I went to truck driving school, it was a fucking joke.
Yeah,
it was a joke.
Training is huge. Responsibility is huge. Too many people say the new driver walk around with that sense of entitlement, like they want to work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, and they want to make $120,000 a year. I don't necessarily agree with that. There is some of that, but
would you agree? Have you ever heard of a company called CRST?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
New company, would you say, for new drivers?
Well, they haven't been. Yeah, they've been around for a couple of years, but they're not brand new. But yeah.
Well, they've been around for a long time. But what I'm saying is they hire new drivers.
Okay.
Literally seen this guy today driving. Just me and him on the road. This guy's bombing doing 80, right? And then he slows down to 70 or whatever. Then I pass him, and then he keeps going by. Every time he passes me, he comes into my lane a little bit. Well, he gets up ahead of me again, and he goes onto the shoulder, and literally about 5 feet away from it. You guys are going to start idling next to me. Literally about 5 feet away from hitting the dude, swerves to the left, all the way to the hammer lane, then fucking back and forth through the fucking lanes. I don't know if he's having a fucking medical issue or he's on his fucking phone. Then he's bombing. Every time somebody passes him, he comes in 2 feet in their fucking lane, pushing people off on the shoulder. That's CRST expedited. The guy's doing fucking 80 miles an hour. Probably been driving a truck 3 fucking months.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I can usually tell by somebody's driving pattern what they're doing in the truck. Like if somebody's texting, have you ever noticed that when they receive a text, they start to slow down, right? And then they'll reply to the text, and then they'll put their phone back down in their lap, and then they'll speed back up again, right? Mm-hmm. And then somebody will send them a reply to their text, so they're paying attention to their phone, and they take their foot off the gas. And
I myself am guilty of that. I get distracted by my phone at times, and I realize I'm varying speed. I have to clear my head and then say, okay, there's a cruise control. Remember what the focus is here, right? If you're going to multitask, remember this driving the truck always comes first.
Yeah.
To sit here and say I never look at my phone going down the road, it'd be a fucking straight up lie.
It would. Dude, we're all guilty of it.
That's also a lack of responsibility. You know, I've almost flipped a truck looking at my goddamn phone. That's a little pucker up moment, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Dude, what's the first thing you do when you come into a traffic jam? Grab your phone. I'm guilty of that, right? You come into Atlanta, you come into Nashville, you come into anywhere where the traffic is gridlock. Mm-hmm. First thing you do is grab your fucking phone. I'm sitting there with an automatic truck looking at my phone, and all of a sudden I realize I'm rolling backwards, right? It's like, you know,
or you're in that. If you ever been in the right hand lane and everybody is just going super slow for no goddamn reason. They all got their phones in the hand. They're just like, this is it. This is what it is. You know, and you're in the hammer lane going, or the slow lane, and it's kind of like the fast lane.
Exactly.
You see everybody like this, you know.
They should actually have a fourth lane for texting, right? If you want to fucking text, get in the fourth lane. Fuck off. But I think you're right on with the lack of responsibility. That I think that chalks up to the give a fuck factor. People just don't fucking care.
Well, it's complacency too. I mean, driving a truck can be kind of boring. You know, you're doing this for 10 hours a day. You know, you find you get too comfortable in ways to entertain yourself going down the road, and you forget about what you're doing, what you're hauling, and then you get a heavy load or something like that, and you do miscalculations. You always got to be checking yourself. Dude,
I'm guilty of that. Guilty.
That's responsibility, though, right? But you check yourself. You find out, hey, I'm distracted. You'll put on a podcast or something like that. You'll say, I ain't touching that fucking thing for a while. When you have a pucker up moment, right?
Yeah.
Brings you back to reality. I get those every once in a while where I'm like, fuck. The fuck was I
usually I get a moment like that, and I'll basically put the phone. Well, I've got my phone. See, I kind of cheat, right? So I've got my phone like right here, so I don't have to touch it to do anything, right? I can read, see, and everything that's on the phone. So if I'm watching, say I get bored, you get those moments where you're bored. You're out of your. I find this fucking clown named Nevada, and I'll throw his fucking his blog on, and I'll be watching it, but I'm doing this, right? Looking down, looking up, looking down. I don't need to look at you. I don't need to look at the screen if I'm listening to you.
You're listening,
right? I've got the earbuds in, and I'm listening, but it's just you got for some reason I gotta look once in a while, and I'd like to sit here and say, yeah, I'm the perfect truck driver, but I'm not. I've done that.
I could do a lot of things on my phone while driving, but I cannot text. I cannot text for the life. If I start texting, I am all over the fucking place. So I refuse. Like my text, I can't fucking do it. Like
I talk and text.
It's different. It's different in like a comment section. I could comment, but for some reason, a text for me is fucking like reading that shit. I'm like, no, it's too distracting. I can't text. I don't like texting at all when I'm driving.
Don't you talk? You can't talk into your talk and text with. Like I've got the Apple earbuds, right?
I do that a lot in the comment section too, but it comes out gibberish. You got to redo it 15 times, and then by the time whatever you're fucking saying is out of there. So,
well, that's what happens to me. I'll be talking and texting, and I'll look down to see what I said, and you know, I'll say one thing, something else will come out. Then you got to touch the phone to fix it anyway. What's that, Mike? A lot of no responsibility because a lot of training is mandated by EI. The guys aren't interested, but they don't get paid if they don't train. Lack of passion, no interest, not interested.
Well, I mean, it's also like I said, it's responsibility. If I'm in a lane and I want to say something and I'm going to use my phone, I'm going to grab my phone. If there's somebody next to me, I wait. Wait till they're ahead of me. Wait till I pass them. Let's get around people and be clear of obstacles, and then take the responsibility to responsibility for your actions. So if somebody's sitting next to you and you're doing this on your phone, it's irresponsible. You should wait till that person passes. You know, you honestly.
Again, I agree, and I've been caught doing that. I'll wait till there's nothing around me. But again, because of the way I've got it set up in here that even if I want to text and use my hand, if I got to use a thumb, I don't have to pick up my phone to do it. I can pretty much I can be driving like this, looking like out the window and just text, something like that. But I don't have to pick up the phone, but that's just the way I've got it set up here. And I've got it set up like that on purpose, just because of the way it is.
Well, it's also like our industry, right? There's a lack of parking. So there's a stress factor with that. You see guys try to get in. I know you've seen it because I've seen it so many times I can't even count. Guys fighting over parking spots. I mean, there's so many times where I said, hey, look, I'm going to be here for 5 more minutes. So just hang out and then pull around. You can pull right through this fucking bitch. So the stress factor of that alone. 2 drivers, it's more about, I don't want to say it's like a selfish thing, but they're concerned about themselves more than they are about everybody around us. Like me,
Correct.
If I see something like that, I'll walk up to those two drivers and I'll look to the more rational one. I'll have a conversation. I'll say, hey, look, do you want my spot?
Yeah.
Give the fucking guy the spot. It's not worth fighting over. Come over. You can have mine. I'm pulling out in 5 minutes. Let me finish up my pre-trip here. I'm just waiting on the ticker. You know?
Yeah.
So like having respect for other drivers is also a responsibility thing because you're responsible for your actions. So you're gonna fight somebody over a fucking parking spot, then you're both gonna end up in the fucking jail or some stupid. You're not thinking about that.
To get back to what I was saying, then do we get that from the younger drivers? Do we get that kind of respect or lack of responsible respect from the younger drivers?
Well, it's also upon
where
the
I'm
older
going with
drivers.
This is I'm not trashing them. I'm not saying we're going to set them up for a trashing here because that's not what I'm doing.
Well, I know you see this too. Older drivers are self-entitled.
Yes.
And they set the example for the new drivers coming in. Instead of turning to the younger driver and saying, when I see a Warner and I see them making a mistake, or I feel like I can help them, I walk up to them and I try to help them the best that I can so that they could relax, figure out the situation, and solve the problem. And I try to assist them in doing that if I feel like they need assistance, right? Otherwise, I try to give them their space and let them figure it out because it's the easiest way to learn. But if I see someone struggling for 30 minutes, I'm going to walk up and say, hey, do you want some help? I'll even jump in your truck. I've jumped in guys' trucks and I've backed them.
So have I.
You know, helping each other, and the more experienced drivers out here taking these inexperienced drivers and giving them the training that we didn't get from these schools or the companies we went to or we had bad experiences, and trying to assist them and become better is what we need to do to help the newer drivers, the newer generation of truck drivers, instead of saying, well, I got back when I got my CDL, you didn't have to go to some stupid school or there was no test for it or any of this bullshit.
Right.
Putting down the newer generation instead of assisting them is an issue with the existing drivers, I would say.
Agreed. Now, you just went right down the road that I was going. That's where I was going with that. And I don't know if you were sitting in my truck or you've got a microphone or a little bird in here, but 2 hours ago, I just shot a clip, and that's exactly pretty much what you just said. Word for word is what I was talking about in the video that's going to be out in the next day or so, about how the older drivers are self-entitled and we are way too quick. Now, don't get me wrong. There's been times, and I've done it right here on the air, whatever you want to call it. You jump on them, but we are way too quick to jump on these new guys, whereas we should be able to pick off some of these guys and help them.
Some drivers out here though are completely just beyond help.
Well, yes, and you're right. And something I've said is how many times I've been standing around a truck stop and you got say 8 or 9, 10 people standing around and they're talking, and I just listen, right? I'm just listening, and I'll be rolling my eyes going, holy fuck, did he really just say that? 9 out of 10 times. But there's always that one guy that's going to drop that golden egg, right? And he's the guy that I want to talk to. He's the guy I want to listen to. He's the guy that's going to ask for the help. He's going to ask, how do you do this? What do you think of that? Like, those are the types of new drivers that I want to help out. If you want to ask me a question, if I can help you, I will. And if I don't have the answer, I'm not claiming I have all the answers, but if I don't have the answers, chances are fucking pretty good that I do know somebody that does.
Yes.
Right. I've been doing it long enough. I know somebody that does know the answer. And I think if we can give that kind of assistance as guys as we get older, and that includes yourself. Like, you haven't been driving for 20 years, right? But even guys like yourself that have enough miles on the road, you still have something to contribute to the new guy coming in, whether he's coming in as a company driver making the transition to owner operator, or if he's just coming out of school right out onto the road. There's something that you've got as Nevada that can benefit him, and we have to be more willing to give it away for free, instead of running the fucker into the ground. Or how many times you see in the truck stop, like you said, There's 10 guys all sitting there and they're fucking, looking at their phones, watching some guy take 25 minutes to back it in. Not one of them gets out or gets on the radio or nothing, but they're content to sit there. Hey, look at this fucker. Look at, oh my God. Fuck you. Get out and help the fucking guy. Do you know how many trucks in my life I've parked, other people's trucks I've parked for them? Help him out, man. Maybe he's tired. He's had a bad day. He's had a long day. He's just, it's, what, fucking whatever. Help him out. But we're not built that way. It's too easy to fucking jump on them, criticize them, tell them what they're doing wrong. It's easier to do that than to build them up and help them.
Well, I could do criticism, but it's going to be constructive.
Oh, absolutely.
How many times do you listen to these conversations and you find nothing productive out of it?
A lot.
Okay, so I'm done babysitting my load. It's my turn then to go brush my teeth. We're changing drivers. This is taking over. So I'll be down in the comments, man. I might jump back on when we're rolling down the road, but I need to go brush my teeth and stuff.
All right, man. Glad to have you. Drive. Be safe.
Thanks.
Later, man. So that's there you go. That's what we're talking about. We're too quick and we're too harsh. We're too hard. I'm not going to say we're too hard on the new drivers. No, a good portion of them are dipshits. They are. But the ones that aren't shouldn't be unfairly clumped into the fucking ones that are. And when you see them making the effort and they're trying, we should be helping them. We should be getting out of our trucks, or we should be grabbing the mic, or we should be whatever. We should be actually helping them out here. Fuck, you guys are on fire. There's no way I'm going to be able to go back and read all that. Look at that, Dar. You got another fan. Well, 18 wheel, I'm the same way. If I can help you, I will. If you ask me a question and I can help you and I've got the answer, I'll give it to you. If I can make your life a little easier, knock yourself out. And you know why? Because somebody did it for me. You go ask any owner operator, or not even an owner operator. You ask any driver that's been out here, pull a number, say 15 years or more. Ask them how they got to where they are. They didn't get there by themselves. Anybody, especially the owner operators, any owner operator that's been an owner operator for 15, 20, 25 years. And they say that they got to their position to where they are and they're successful because of them. They're lying. I've had some good people help me. I've had to swallow my pride. I've had to, shut my mouth and sit on my fucking hands and take some harsh criticism. But did it work and did it pay off? Yeah, it did. I'm going to light this thing again. You guys fucking keep talking amongst yourself. You're doing good. Hold on. I like what Ken just said there. I do agree with that. A little, you know what? A little bit of a little confidence boost goes a long way. One kind word. Now, I don't want to sound like one of these fucking preachy guys, but it is true, especially in this industry, because we are a harsh bunch. One kind word goes 10 times farther than 10 fucking harsh words. It really does. Ronald, go ahead and ask Darlene about that. I can't even remember where the fuck we were. We were at the Loves somewhere. And we were just walking in. I think we had a shower bag over. We were going in for a shower. And it was just one after another. And we're not talking, they were coming in at 15 miles an hour. These guys are clipping through the truck stop at 30, 35 miles an hour. There's no lineup at the fuel pumps. You know, it's later in the evening. The truck stop's pretty full, but you don't need to be coming in at 40 miles, 35 miles an hour because you think you're going to get the last fucking spot. You know? Yeah, Tim. Yeah. We've been owner operators. This is, I keep getting it confused, but I think it's our 19th year as an owner operator. I ran through the recession of 2008, 2015. Fuck what we're going through, COVID. I'm still going, and a lot of good guys are, but the guys that made it through all of those problems and all of those times and the hard times, they didn't do it by themselves. You know, I've still got guys that have been owner operators that have been doing it longer than I have, and I still ask for advice. You know, there's times where I draw a fucking blank, and that's who I ask. I ask those, but I'm also finding, and this is kind of like backing it up, but I'm finding it now that some of the guys that are, you know, the younger guys, their way of thinking, obviously my way of thinking is a little different because I'm a little older, but their way of thinking, some of these guys are coming up with some pretty good ideas for some of the shit that they're doing as well when it comes to business and the sense of that. You know, I'm not above saying that I'm unteachable. You know, I'm only 52. I'm not old by any means. Unless you ask this guy Trucks, then according to him, I'm a fucking dinosaur. But I'm still teachable. But it has to be in your mind. You have to have an open mind, at least enough to, you know, to swallow a little bit of pride to take some advice, or to swallow a little bit of pride and ask for help. You know, there's been a couple of times where I was talking to Dar, and Dar and I were talking to somebody else, and over all of the years, I've been this close to bankruptcy probably 3 times in my trucking career as an owner operator. I mean, literally, one of them was to the point where it was one check engine light, regardless whether it was a fucking blown light bulb. We were one check engine light away from bankruptcy, and you know what? We got through it. But it's not because of, you know, of brains of my own. I was able to think my way out of it, or I was able to come up with ask for help. Hey, how the fuck do you do this? What is this? If this was happening to you, what would you do? You know, I've got some really, really good friends that I got no problem asking that. And they do the same with me. And I actually get a kick out of it today that, you know what, I work with a lot of younger guys, you know, helping them when they make that transition from company driver to owner operator. You know, this is, you know, here's a platform of how you set up your business. You're going to incorporate yourself. Okay. So this is how you, and you know, I'm not going to tell you how to do it because there's nobody saying my way is the best way, but this is what's worked for me over the years. And you're welcome to take anything I've got that I give you and tweak it for yourself to, you know, make it your own, but whatever, like that. Ryan is a good kitty. Oh, Nomadic. I don't call you names. Jesus Christ. $18-wheeler, how you doing, brother?
How's it going?
Pretty good, man. How's things?
Not bad at all. Just lighting up my cigar. Gonna have a few puffs with you.
Atta boy. Light it up.
Just giving her a good little toast right now.
What are you smoking?
La Jolla, Nicaraguans.
Yeah, nice cigars.
Not
nice
bad.
Cigars. Which one do you have?
Uh,
Here, hold it to the screen. Let me see it. Okay. Cabano. I think that's one of the Cabanos, is it not?
Classico.
Yeah.
Original Classico La Jolla.
Yeah, nice cigar. They start out really nice and creamy, and then
Yep.
they get a little earthy. They get a little earthy through the middle, and then The only thing you got to watch with those, and I like it. A lot of guys don't, but when you get down to about that much left, they get real fucking harsh. There's a real spicy bite to them. I like it. A lot of guys don't. Nice cigar.
No, I like. So yeah, I actually I have so many questions. So first of all, it's a pleasure to finally talk to you.
Thanks.
I actually followed you with a previous account. I just created this one because I'm close to getting my license now.
Yeah.
So I'm separating my old account from my new account and stuff like that. But you know, I've been a fan of you and Dar, and since you were over with ET and stuff like that. But you know, I have a lot of questions. You know, I agree with what you were talking about with Nevada about you know, taking responsibility and stuff like that. And a lot of new drivers today, they don't. I don't know if it's because of a lack of good training, but I noticed that, or maybe because of, you know, some people that do get funding are just there for the funding, not actually to learn, you know. So then, you know, comes in a guy like me who actually gives a shit. You know, I come in with, you know, trying to put my best foot forward. And you know, as I said, my father's a truck driver, so I kind of have some of the knowledge built into me. I don't know shit by any means. I don't know nothing. I'm just here to learn. But where do I acquire the experience? Because like I do care, but that's the next thing on my mind, right? Like I know for a fact I will pass my road test. I'm comfortable with the pre-trip. I'm comfortable with everything that is required of me knowledge wise and driving wise. It's just like, where do I go from there? Like after I get my road test, where do I go from
So what is it you want to do? You want to do long haul? You want to do regional? Do you want to do city? Like what is it that you want to do?
Well, I have young ones. So I'd like to be home if possible, as much as possible. You know what I mean? With reason, I grew up with a truck driver father. You know, he still runs today. You know, he's doing California weekly runs.
Right.
You know, I'd like to be home until my kids are older, you know, like, you know, I've heard you say, you know, cut your teeth in local, you know, so I've kind of wrapped my head around that, but I just wouldn't even know where to start, you know, to even look to acquire.
Where do you live? I obviously know you're Canadian. I can see your flag. What you don't tell me where, like, what area do you live in? You in Ontario, Southern Ontario?
Yeah, by air.
Out by air. Okay. Okay, this is just my advice. You know, take it for what it's worth. Okay.
Yeah.
If you're looking to, if you've got young ones at home, and believe me, I went through this. I've got 5 kids, right? So I had little ones at home while I was on the road, and it was hard for Dar. She raised them, dude. I was a weekend or a bi-weekend father, and that's hard. And I'm sure you understand. Like you said, your dad's a driver, so if you want to be home, you're probably going to want to stick to something local or regional. You know, something where you're out. Maybe you leave on Sunday, you're back out. You go out Sunday, Monday, you're back home Tuesday afternoon. Maybe go back out Wednesday, Thursday, back home Friday, and you're home for the weekend.
Right.
Something like that. I would stick to find the companies that are doing the 300 to 400 milers. You know, so if you're out of air or say Toronto, you're doing the Michigans, Indianas, Ohio's, you know, Northern New York, PA, that kind of shit there. And there's a lot of companies around that do that, bro. There really are.
Okay. Yeah, I've been kind of, you know, I've tried to put my name out there, and like, you know, at least around close to where I'm at, there's tons of transport companies everywhere, as you would know, off the phone. So I've just popped my head in, hey, this is me, pleasure to meet you, blah, blah, blah. But everyone wants that first year.
That's your biggest, brother. That's your biggest hurdle. Okay. That is going to be your biggest hurdle. And there's nothing you can fucking do about it. Now, what I have found over time is the cartage companies are more willing to take a chance for some reason. So try companies like Canada Cartage.
Okay.
They'll take some. They're more likely to take somebody right out of school, or there might be more willing to take somebody and put you with someone. I know that Challenger will take you right out of school, but they're going to stick you in a fucking truck with somebody else for, I don't know what it is, 90 days, 3 months, 5 months.
And the
if you're willing to go that route and do it,
fuck,
then,
I hear too many people say that they want to do stuff and they never pull the trigger, and I'm just, we've all, we all got our story and stuff like that, but I'm down to, I'm willing to do what it takes to get in the game. Like, I want to be there. I see some of,
you got that drive, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. And like, I'm not, like I said, I don't know anything. I go camping with my families. I have a pickup. I tow my 30-foot trailer around and have fun with my wife, kids and stuff like that. But I know I'm not no professional driver by any means, but I take it absolutely seriously. Like, once I decided that this is the road I want to go, I won't even have more people in seatbelts in my car, even if it's to go down the street.
Right.
I've adopted that mentality that it means a lot more to me than just a piece of paper. I understand
it's the responsibility. When you
Yeah.
get that piece of paper, it's the responsibility that comes with it. And that's an area in which we're lacking with the new drivers. Right.
Yeah.
So it's refreshing to hear, you say that. It's nice to hear that you've got the drive, because a lot of guys that are coming in are doing it because they're doing it for money. Now,
Yeah.
obviously, you're doing it because it's a good income.
Of
you
course.
can make a good living doing it.
Of
But
course.
this is one of those industries where it's not like working in an office or working in a factory. This has got to be something that you want to do. It's got to be something that you want to get up every fucking morning and turn that key.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. And I think the reason it took so long for me to ever even consider it was because my dad did it, right? So a lot of times, not saying everyone, but some people would just try something different because dad already did that kind of thing, right? But
yeah,
I did a decade plus of concrete formwork, and then I've been all over Canada doing that, Fort McMurray, Haida, Yukon, I've been all over. And so I'm no stranger to hard work, but finally when pandemic happened, everyone got my father was the one who didn't.
Yeah.
And
dude, I never made so much fucking money in my life. And my wheels never stopped.
The wheels were burning, hey brother.
My wheels never fucking stopped, man. The only thing that shut me down was I took that shot and I ended up with the blood clots, and I had to shut her down for 90 days.
No way. I hope you're okay.
I'm okay. I've still got them. I'm still living with them, but I've got medications and shit that I have to take to take care of it. But
I hope it doesn't become an issue for you. Like, God bless you. I said, God bless you, brother. I hope that doesn't become a major issue for you. But like everyone else, you do what you got to do to, we got families. We got it. What we got to do, man.
Exactly.
And like I said, my pops was the only one out of, of the serious people I know that aren't just gonna sit there and complain about what's happening. And my dad's a serious man. He's like, well, if the world keeps turning for me, I'm sorry, guys, but I gotta go.
Well, dude, I did not feel guilty about it one bit.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Now here, Darlene is putting up some names here. Sharp Transportation will take you as a new driver. I'm throwing them up on the screen here. I don't know if you can see it.
Fuck.
What else? Dar, what else was it? Campbell put one up as well. Herb Kreska Challenger. They have great training programs. Now, this guy, Mike Campbell here, he was a trainer up in Smith Falls for a company up in Smith Falls, so he knows what he's talking about.
Okay.
But Herb is a little too far from you. It's not like you could drive back and forth. Well, actually, no, Herb, you can.
Herb's that's not too bad.
No, Herb, you can. Challenger is right up your alley if you're out in the air.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Challenger is right around the corner. Transx, they're out of, they've got a terminal in Aberfoyle. I know that they have a training program. I can't say whether it's good or bad. That's one area. I know they've got it. I can't make a statement. I worked for them for 14 years, but I can't tell you anything about their training program.
God bless the day I found you guys, man. I can't even believe this reaction from you guys. That's amazing. Thank you guys so much. I'm speechless.
Hey, no worries. There's enough companies out there that
wow.
you can get it, but unfortunately, nobody's going to take you right out of school and go,
Tough,
here you
man.
go. Here's $160,000 worth of truck. Go to work. Right? It's not going to happen.
And that.
Like if I was looking for a driver for this, I wouldn't do it either. So.
No, I'm definitely, I get it. I'm not bitter about it. A lot of people won't even pull the trigger on this because of that, but I mean, I'm sure if I keep putting myself out there, at least I'll find a way to get in a truck. And I've heard you amongst other guys on your lives say, once you get in one, it's always easier to get in another one. So
it is. That's absolutely true. And as well, a lot of companies these days, because you got to remember, you've heard it 100 times, there is a driver shortage. Regardless of what you hear people say, there is. And, they're willing to, go from, the old way used to be 2 years. You needed 2 years. Now they're down to 1 year. And if you're talented enough, I know that some of these companies have taken it down to 6 months. If you've got 6 months, no infractions, no logbook violations, no problems, a lot of these companies, because you can't have, a fleet of 200 trucks and you got 50 of them sitting there empty. In today's market, they can't afford that. So they will take a gamble. And if you can prove yourself,
true,
they'll take you.
Putting myself out there, basically. Just
don't stop.
Don't stop while the iron's hot and keep going. Like,
dude, the worst they're gonna say to you is no. Eventually, kick in enough fucking doors, somebody will say yes. Eventually, and it may not. Remember though, it may not necessarily be the place or the company that you necessarily want, but grab it anyway, bro.
Just take it, eh?
Take it anyway, because all you're wanting is wheel time.
That's true.
Okay, that's what you want. You want hours and miles.
Yeah.
Verifiable wheel time will benefit you. Here we go. All good, Kyle?
Cheers.
I missed it. What are you having a problem with? There goes good service.
I'm not having a problem.
Try and get it.
18 wheel. Do you know who this is? Nevada?
That's Nevada Trucking. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you subscribed to his channel?
I am actually subscribed to his channel.
Yeah. Attaboy.
I just subbed to yours.
I didn't. Kyle, I'm out here pimping for you.
Hey, so what's the deal with you're looking to get into trucking? Is that what you're going there?
Yeah. So I'm currently enrolled in a course at a training center here in Southern Ontario, and I've looked in and did my homework, and there's supposed to be a pretty highly ranked accredited school here in Southern Ontario. And I'm coming down to the end of my training. My road test is September 6th. So now I'm thinking about what's next, right? I took the long 200-hour course, which dragged out for a total of 8 weeks by the time the road test happens. But now I'm at the point where, like, I know I got it. I know everything that I need to know for when the day comes. I know to be calm, cool, and collected and just say what I need to say, show them what I need to show them. So now I'm thinking of work. I want to be in a truck as soon as possible. And like I was telling Brian here, I've been knocking doors and trying to put my name out there, but everyone's happy to greet me, and I can tell they want drivers. Everyone's been more than happy when I walk through their doors at any of the companies I've been to in Southern Ontario. But once they hear that I don't even have my actual license yet, they tell me the one company told me, they're like, get at least 8 months.
Yeah.
And then maybe we can work something out, but you're gonna need, we can't take you as, for whatever reason without the experience, verifiable road experience.
Verifiable.
Mm.
Again, like I said, there's a really good chance. I know Kriska, you see them with their training. They are going to put you in a truck with a trainer for
Right.
at least 3 months.
Right.
Same with Challenger. But if you're,
So
like
it's
I
not
said,
it's
if you're
it's not
willing
like
to
in the
do it, brother,
it's not in the States.
No, I'm in Ontario, Canada.
Like States where, yeah, but here in the States, like if you're a new driver, all you do is you make phone calls and you'll get 100 offers.
Wow.
Yeah, but Kyle, you guys got 300,000 more trucking companies than we got to choose from.
And I think the CVOR and I'm just, like I said, I don't know exactly what it is, but CVOR plays a role in getting in the hiring process, and I don't have CVOR history, commercial
Right.
vehicle operator
Oh,
registration.
it sounds like it'd be simpler to go get your goddamn green card and come down here to the States.
You
know
want to
what?
sponsor me?
Yeah,
You want to sponsor me? I'll be
Get-
down there. I'm down here right now, fucker. I'll come right over to your place tomorrow. I'll meet you in Cincinnati.
I'll sponsor
if
you.
Want to sponsor me?
I got my wife and kids in tow.
I got spare
too.
bedrooms. What's the sponsorship entitle?
You and Mrs.
Oh, you got to bring your
Nevada
kids? No, I don't know. Could do kids.
You
I
and
gotta-
Mrs.
We're trying to
Nevada
hold off
wanna
on that as long
adopt
as
me?
we can.
Well, just borrow mine for a bit, and then I'll let you hold off. Believe me, brother.
No, can't you get a work visa? How's that process work? Like a work visa?
Yeah, I imagine.
I mean,
so.
we're dying for drivers down here, right? There's a driver shortage apparently. Get a work visa. Come
there's-
down here.
Actually, the governor of Montana, I think it's either Montana or Nebraska. It's a woman. It's a lady. I'm not sure her name, but she actually put it out there and said, if you're to the Canadian drivers, if you want to come down to, I think it's Montana, but if you want to come down to Montana, she will expedite your work. There's some kind of ASLT form or something that you fill out, and they will.
There you go.
But you have to have a reputable company down there sign the letter that they are going to hire you.
Easy. You want to
I'm
pre-hire?
an owner operator.
Even to start school. Yeah, I get that. But they could pre-hire you as an owner operator. It's the same thing. Just talk to these companies. Even to start school here in the States, you need to get pre-hired. Well, at least I did because I got it with a grant. So I
Right.
couldn't even start the school until I had a company saying they would hire me. And it's
Right.
really easy. All you do is you say, hey, this is who I am. I'm going to be going to school here. Okay, that meets our requirements. Cool. Yeah, you graduate. We'll hire you. As long as everything on here is correct, there'll be no issues.
Right.
It can be done, and I know it can be done. The issue that I ran into is I worked for Mercer, right? U.S. company out of Louisville, right? I had Indiana plates on the front of my truck. I had Illinois plates on the trailer. The problem is, being a Canadian, I carry a Canadian passport. I still have to go back and forth to Canada. I can't interstate. I couldn't pick up a load in Las Vegas and take it down to Florida. I can pick it up in Vegas, but I'd have to take it to Canada. Then I'd have to get a load out of Canada, bringing me back down to the States.
Yeah, I think we have to.
That's the law. That's our law. There's no way around that for us.
Yeah.
Unless I have dual citizenship.
No wonder that the freight's so cheap.
Yeah, well,
Canada.
They got it, Kyle. They got us by the balls. They got us.
Yeah,
by the
dude. I don't know why you're not in
I told-
Montana, dude. Go to
I told you
Montana.
this-
Montana's fucking cool
told
as
you
fuck.
this
They got
before.
snow like you guys.
Yeah, I lived in Alberta, so it's not too different than what I'm used to already.
Yeah. So it's a lot of U.S. companies don't even harbor Canadian freight, right? Like the company you're working on. I don't know the name of the company that you're leased onto, but do they run trucks up to Canada?
If I want to go to Canada, yeah. I
Do
think
they?
I got to get like, if I want to go to Canada, I could book a load right now and go to Canada. But
Oh,
can you?
yeah, I can.
Do it
Why
before.
don't you?
Well, my wife needs a passport. I've got the little driver's license passport, but I think don't you need like SAPs or PAPs or something like that to go through with the truck? I would have to do that too. I don't have that.
Yeah. Well, no, you don't apply for that. Your company does. You don't do that.
Yeah, we have a fast pass.
Right.
Okay. I know I've talked to the owner of my company. I said, hey, I want to go to Canada. Is that okay? He said, yeah, no problem. Just if you guys want to go to Canada, go to Canada. But I don't want to. Yeah, can I take my gun? into Canada?
No.
I don't want to go to Canada. Why the fuck do I want to go to
No.
Canada? I'm gonna take the ferry around. I'll go up to Alaska and I'll come back down through the ferry. If anybody knows how much that
Yeah,
ferry
okay.
costs, I fucking this Alaskan load right now. Now it's double brokered like a motherfucker from Landstar. I ain't touching it, but I'm gonna see one of those $22,000 Alaskan Anchorage fucking loads. I'm gonna grab that motherfucker and take it on a ferry.
Yeah.
I'm going to Alaska, dude. Fuck yeah.
That is the last U.S. state for me to go to. Alaska. It's the only one I have. Alaska and Hawaii, obviously, but Alaska. I've not been to Alaska, and I really want to.
Alaska is the only state I haven't been to. I've been to Hawaii.
Not in a truck, you haven't.
That's not fucking possible unless I get on like a.
Well, that's what
Yeah,
I'm talking
that's not
about.
possible.
Like, in a truck, I've been to every state with the exception of Alaska in a truck, like in working trucks.
So you've
And
even
Hawaii.
In Hawaii. And I'm not paddling my Freightliner across the fucking ocean. That's not happening.
But hey, just take that into consideration though, that you're not limited by your options. If you start thinking outside the box, you look at this visa idea that Will Burner just talked about. Boom, now you're relocating and shit like that. That's a big decision to make, but there's still an option there to get you started.
Yeah, with me that's never really been an issue, but now with the family in tow, it's a little.
It is.
There's
It
more things to consider. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
10 years ago, me would have been like, "Hey, babe, I got a job, so stick it out." But you know, me now today,
Yeah.
you gotta. I care.
Yeah.
And I've seen what the lifestyle does. Because let's be honest here. Let's call it spade a spade. Trucking is a lifestyle, right? It's not just a job, right?
It's not a job. It's not a career. It's a lifestyle. You're right.
Yeah, I want to, as much as I can, have the best of both worlds. Mind you, I'm very, very willing to put in the hours necessary. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say, you got to
Yeah,
realize
you're gonna find something, dude. You're gonna find something.
The first 4 or 5 years, though, are not going to be a walk in the park, right? They're not. And if you're willing to do the work, I'm telling you right now, I know company guys, like company drivers, and these are Canadian funds. They're making north of 85 grand a year. That's not a bad wage for a company driver.
That's good money. That's good money.
You know, that's not a bad wage. You know, if you've got a wife that's got a part-time job, or even if a wife and your expenses are still minimal and your wife's at home, 85 grand it's livable. You can live on that.
Yeah, we could make it work. And obviously, you know, you always look for that stepping stone, right? Eventually, like, you know, my dad drove for my father drove for Challenger for about, so that's where my dad actually started his career. And you know, the only reason I didn't take training at Challenger was because of what he said about the school where I'm at. That he told me, you know what, it's a little bit out of the way, but because you'll probably, and he was right about what he said. He said you'll likely have a smaller class size to deal with.
Yeah.
And their instruction there is actually teamed up with Challenger. So
yeah,
instructor team actually has a partnership with Challenger. So, you know, it's their home base though. So I'm getting their most experienced trainers time with me. So, you know, but like you said, you know, a couple of guys have said it too. You know, getting your license doesn't mean you know nothing. That means you can move the truck from A to B and park it, but that doesn't give you the real ass time or real world experience, right? And
no, wheel time. My humble opinion, wheel time is the most important thing, and I like to say, especially for a guy like you. First off, you've got the family, you want to be home. You know what? Cut your chops as a local driver. You know, you're going to make 25, 27 bucks an hour.
Sacrifice for the start, right?
Well, but the good thing about the local drivers is you're going to be in all the shittiest places. And if you can do that for a couple of years and you can literally keep the wheels off the curbs, not smash up any equipment, if you can manage to do all of that for a few years, making the transition out onto the highway is a whole lot easier, and you'll be a better driver on the highway because of it. You absolutely will.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I actually take your fucking advice to heart. Like, you know, I hear it. I'm like, yeah, I hear you. You know, I wanted when I first decided that, yeah, I'm gonna do this. I didn't think about local at all. I was like, no, I don't want to be in the city because you know what it's like around driving to Toronto and shit.
I know, brother. I know. Yeah.
Oh, and I hate it as it is. I've lived close to there and I keep moving further away.
I did the same thing.
So,
I did the same thing.
so
I lived in,
you,
dude. We lived in Waterdown, which is basically
Yeah.
like part of Hamilton, right? The Highway 6 and 403.
yeah, close to where I'm actually taking training. I'm in Caledonia at KRTS taking training.
Okay, so I know where that
Oh.
is.
Right by Waterdown. Like not too
Yeah.
far.
Well,
So-
we moved out of Waterdown and we moved out to the country because of what you were just talking about, because of the area, that area.
Just
Not
even
interested anymore.
just even coming out of the training yard it's interesting, you know? Like in the morning, it's fine. But if you're doing a whole day of driving and you come back for lunch, park the truck, do another walk around, get ready, check everything, and then pull out again, it's traffic. And this is Caledonia. This is not even anywhere populated yet, right? So
I hear you.
so
I hear you.
but like I said, I did hear you say before and that you recommended for new guys to just cut your teeth in the city. It's harder, it's shittier. But if you can do it there, you
It
can do
is.
it pretty anywhere.
Dude, I did. My started my career doing it, running fucking local work through Toronto, downtown. I was running downtown Toronto, right? Like I was down in the port, I was up and down Bay, up and down Yonge, up and down the Gardner, Lakeshore, like all of those places. Now, mind you, back then we were only running 48-foot trailers back then. Now try doing that with a 53. Oh, forget it.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
Definitely make for an interesting work day. But they do it though. They do it now, right? They're running down there with. Yeah, I mean, I'm to the point now where I've kind of set, made an agreement to myself that we'll take whatever we can get until we can create myself as a driver.
Right. Right. There's another really good piece of advice from Mike. Local Toronto line haul, Toronto, Montreal. There's a lot of companies, brother. There are a lot of companies in your area that run line haul. Basically, either Toronto, Montreal, or like Windsor, Montreal. You run that corridor, dude. Okay. I guarantee you, if you can run that corridor for fucking 2 years and not kill yourself, kill your truck, or kill somebody else, the transition out onto the highway will be a breeze for you. Be a breeze for you. That is excellent advice from Mike.
Yeah, and thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. Definitely food for thought.
I taught Mikey everything he knows.
Cheers, Mike.
Mike's married to my cousin, so I got no choice but to love him. So.
Hey,
he wins.
How's it going, Big Strappers?
How we doing, Ricardo?
I'm killing it. How about you?
I'm just living the fucking dream out here. I got a cigar. Yeah. I got a pop.
Yeah, I just want to give you guys my 2 cents, right? About what this guy is gonna go through as a new trucker, right?
Please, I'm all ears, brother.
So I live in Vancouver, BC, and here we don't have as many trucking companies as you guys do over there, right, in the GTA. Yet, when I was doing long haul on my previous company, it was a small refrigerated carrier out of Surrey, servicing the Midwest, okay?
Yeah.
Mainly the Midwest. Sometimes we would go down to, what's the name? Down in Florida, Orlando, Florida, okay? Winter Haven, Florida, okay? Now they hired a guy who only had fucking 3 weeks of experience out of trucking school out of Lethbridge, Alberta, right? And
Wow.
this guy had to go through the melt. And I trained him. I went out with him on 2 trips, okay? So,
Mhm.
of course, he had his own hiccups. He was already 42, right? He's not a young guy, like 23-year-old guy, right? But he fucking killed it, you know? He managed to do that. We had a couple of very, like, kind of, I don't know, sketchy experience, especially since I was driving a manual Cascadia, right? You know better than me that if you start right off the bat and you only learn the manual to pass the test, like driving a manual in real life, like through Atlanta traffic, through the mountains in Montana, through the fucking Donner Pass, you know, it's a
Yeah.
completely different story. You know what I'm saying? But this guy managed to get a job on a reputable company. Of course, it was a small carrier, like 9 trucks, but it was a
Wow.
reputable company. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a fly by the night company, right?
Mhm.
Yet he managed to get his feet wet and work there. If he managed, working there 1 year would open him all the doors in the world. And it just, he went out with me, what, 3 weeks? Actually, yeah, 3 weeks. 3 weeks, and then he was off on his own. So it depends on the company. You just gotta knock on the doors because you never know, right? Try and
Right.
knock on the
Yep.
doors on small carriers before going to huge
I
carriers.
agree, Ricardo. I agree, and that's a
I-
really good point. The smaller companies are more likely as well. Like, here's a good example. Okay, when I was with ET, right? So 18 wheel, you were watching when I was with ET, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So did you guys see when I was training Will? Right?
Yeah.
Will was a guy. He was in my truck with me for a month, and then there was a bit of a problem, and Will didn't want to stay at ET. He went to KBD where I'm at now, and they
Okay.
took him after a month. They put him in a truck with another trainer for 2 weeks, and all the other guy that his trainer's name was Aaron, and I know Aaron. All Aaron did was make sure that he could do the job and he could handle the equipment and whatnot properly. But
Right.
being a smaller carrier, they were willing to take the gamble, and it paid off. Will some guys are just meant, whether this is one of those jobs where you can give some guy all the training in the world and he's going to be the shittiest truck driver in the world. But there are some guys that just come out of the womb and they're meant to drive a truck. And
Yeah.
Will is one of them. Sounds like Ricardo, the guy you were with, it sounds like he was one of them. They're just naturally born, able to drive and able to do it.
Dude,
But the smaller companies a lot of times are more willing to take a chance with the newer drivers. I know that KBD does. The company I'm with now, they actually go and they recruit drivers where they have a deal with the school, one of the local
exactly.
schools,
Yeah.
and they pull the drivers out, and then they're even willing to pay for a portion of the guy's school. They'll hire you on when you come out of school, as long as you pass everything with a certain percentage. I don't know what the percentage is, but if you pass with a higher percentage than what the standard is, they will hire you. They will put you with a trainer. They'll put you with Aaron, or they'll put you with somebody. But the time in the truck is determined by you, how good you do. So if you're willing to keep your mouth shut and listen and learn, your time in that truck will be shorter. If it takes a little more time, then you'll be a little more time. But the smaller, Ricardo's got a good point. The smaller companies will generally take the newer drivers a little faster than the big companies will.
Because you know what, like I hail from Winnipeg. I came to Winnipeg first, and you got Bison, right? Now Bison is all over, but it's based out of Winnipeg primarily, right? But if you get on with a big carrier, they want you to stay out 5 months, right? Sorry,
Yes.
5-6 weeks with a trainer, and then off you go on your own, right? But then you gotta do long haul, like staying out 10, 14 days at a time. You got a kid, as far as I heard before,
And
right? So
drove
I don't know, like,
that's
you know what I mean?
That's what drove me away from Challenger, because I don't want to be.
Yeah, Challenger, yeah.
I talked to the recruiter there, and they said all their new drivers. He told me, you want to come, you got a job, but you got to do cross border long haul. And I was like,
Yeah.
I'll get back to you on that, brother. Thank you. I'll get back to you. And
Yeah.
with my wife, and I got 8-year-old, 5-year-old, and a 2-year-old at home. She's homeschooling 2 of them, and the other one's just into everything. It's just, at least if dad comes home every night to, help everyone, it would make it all a lot easier for at least the next 5 to 10 years. And then I could see where I move from there. And
Well, then, like I said, buddy, you might want to stick with the local gig, or like I said, a regional. The Toronto Montreal switches, especially for you being where you live, you'll probably be home 2 nights a week, or maybe depending on, like, if you leave on a Sunday, you'll probably be home 3 nights a week, and maybe the Saturday you'd have to leave on the Sunday, probably like a Sunday afternoon type deal. But at least you'd be home, or you just get on with a local. You're driving a day cab, and you're home every night. The problem with that is, being the new guy, is depending on the company, you'll probably get stuck on like an afternoon shift or a midnight shift.
Yeah,
right?
and
all the senior guys are running the fucking
they're
running the good shifts. They've got the Monday to Friday 9 to 5s, dude. You're going to be picking up the 4 to 11s, or the fucking starting at midnight, running until 8 in the morning type deal.
Yeah,
that's the downfall, right?
I just, at least I like the fact that there is options here. You guys are making me feel a little bit better about this whole.
Dude, there's
lots of options.
There's so many options. You can't believe, dude, there's so many. Even if you want to go to the food service, for example, Gordon Food Service, Cisco, Coke.
No.
Just saying,
No, don't even touch it. Don't touch Cisco. Don't touch Gordon. Don't touch Martin Brower. I guarantee you, by the time you're 45, you'll have no back left.
Yeah.
Your shoulders will be shot, because all they do is hand bomb shit off their fucking. They go to 6 different places and they're hand bombing shit off their fucking trip. Don't touch it. Do not touch it. No.
Hey Brian, how big is KBD? How big is it? It is.
I think
sounding nice
40,
right now.
I think they got 46, 45 or 46 trucks. There are now 11 out of that. There's 11 owner operators now. They're actually looking for owner operators. They're trying to make a transition from company based trucks to go the owner operator way. But right now they're at 46 or 47, their fleet. And I like it because I'm not competing with 300 other guys.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not competing with 300 other guys. I've been there now. I worked there for several years. That I got lured away by a friend of mine with the ideas of making big money, and I made the mistake, and I went and said, I'm gonna go see if the grass is greener on the other side, and it blew up in my face. And then I ended up at ET, and now here I am back with these guys, and I never should have left to start with. I should have stayed there.
Now,
right?
How did you know, right? How did you know? If you hadn't didn't take the plunge, right?
Right. You take that, it's a friend of yours. It's a good friend of yours. The guy was even kind of like a mentor, a very smart guy, but shame on me. I should have stuck to my guns and stayed.
And one last thing I want to add, if you guys allow me to.
Please.
You are based out of GTA, and eastern, if you want to cross the border, like eastern of the US, southeast, eastern seaboard, southern states, those are the huge and the biggest hubs of freight, right?
Yes.
From Vancouver, like what I do, LTL, drive in, you're looking at 13 days out, because it takes four solid days pedal to the metal to get to Nashville. 4.
Right.
4 through the mountains. 2 days is through only mountains, dude. 2 days, I-90. It takes 2 days to get to freaking Rapid City. If you push it, you gotta push it, though, dude. You gotta.
Yeah.
So what I mean to say, GTA is way more fortunate position if you want to do long haul, in my opinion. And I think the rates are even higher for general freight. I mean, reefer,
Nah,
tandem reefer, no?
not
Tandem reefer,
really.
dry haul, and
Not
dry.
really. Not really. Depends on what you're pulling. If you're pulling flatbed, then yeah. But if you're just pulling reefer freight or dry van, not really.
No.
It's probably the same as it is out in Vancouver.
Oh, I see.
I know that I can get paid $8,000 to go from Toronto to Vancouver, and from Vancouver back to Toronto is only about $4,500.
Wow.
Because
Yeah.
you got big carriers, right? You got big
Ah.
carriers doing the route, right?
Yeah, you've got companies like TransX, Challenger, and everything like that.
Okay.
That you know, and they're pulling LCVs,
Oh yeah.
right? So they're pulling LCVs, so you can't compete with it.
So one that yeah, pulling double the freight with half
It
the
is.
drive with half the drivers.
It is. That's exactly what they're doing. But you know, from a company standpoint, I can certainly understand why they're doing it.
It's all dollars and cents, right?
Every bit of it, dude.
I just want to, you know, like I was saying earlier, I take it serious. I just want my slice of the pie too, and have something steady to provide for my family for, right?
Yeah.
You know, I've tried it.
Nick,
With,
an LCV, Nick, is a long commercial vehicle where we tow 253s. We put 253s back to back and we tow them. They don't go into the cities. They're basically used for running across Canada. They come out of Toronto, then they'll run up across the north, and then they run across the prairies.
They can go through Northern Ontario, can they?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Do they go through Northern? I seen them on the 403. The UPS has down by Wayne Gretzky,
Yeah.
some 403. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They're UPS. Oh, I've seen them there. It was actually the first time I actually saw one. The rolling 2 fucking 53-foot trailers. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Holy.
I don't think you can pull them through Northern Ontario.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
example, Bison and Challenger both have a switch yard in Tilbury, and so they'll take two. They take two in or two out. They'll run them into Toronto, and then I think what they do is they'll run them out of Toronto, single out of Toronto, up over across, and then I think once they get to Thunder Bay, there's another switch yard in Thunder Bay, and they'll recouple them, and from Thunder Bay all the way out, they'll take LCVs.
To Calgary, yeah.
Yeah. You can't take LCVs across the mountains, can you? I don't think you can.
I don't think.
No, you can't. You can if it's an A train with shorter trailer, up to 42.
Right. You can take a set of joints across, but you can't take an LCV across.
Not 253 for sure.
No. I've
So-
never pulled them. I think that'd be really cool. I'd like to try pulling an LCV. Like, what do you think it is? You look in your mirror and you're looking at like 100.5 feet worth of trailer behind you. Like,
Yeah.
that would be pretty fucking cool. I've never done it. That's something I've never done.
There's
I've pulled A trains. I've pulled B trains. I've pulled 53s, 40s, whatever, but I've never pulled a set of LCVs. I think that'd be really cool. I'd like to try that out.
I asked the guys at training about that. When I saw it, I'm like, hey, I saw this. And they're like, oh yeah, LCVs. And then we went and talked about it. And I guess to even be looked at, taken seriously, to even be accepted for training for that is 10 years.
I think there's a special training for it. Yeah.
You need 10 years of what you said, of verified till today experience. Like, you can't have 5 years on, 3 years on, and then put some time on. It needs to be 10 consecutive years, and then you need to take a training course, and then you need to pass that course as well with. But I mean, how hard can it be, right? For a guy
I think there's a special designation on your license for it as well. I'm not 100% sure, but I think there is.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it's like TDG, where just the company hired to do it will train you, but I do know that you need 10 years of verified before they'll even look at you to even consider
Yeah.
you for that job.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're not going to hand off. They're not going to hand off that kind of weight and that kind of size
Yeah.
to a new driver. Obviously, I even honestly, if I was to hook onto a set of them right now, I'd be intimidated by it until I'd done it for a couple of fucking months. Right. That's
even just on
that's a lot of equipment you got pulling behind you. So
yeah, even just on a highway, right? Like it's still
yeah.
there's still idiots there. And I haven't even seen much. I'm just going around there. I've done a couple exits and entrance and exits off the highway and stuff. And even in the little fraction of time that I've been cut off like 7 times.
Yeah.
Like just last week, one guy coming from, I was turning left off of coming out of Paris onto the highway, and to get on the highway going back towards Caledonia, and someone crossed 3 lanes in front of me, who's like, I'm coming down the road, like going through the intersection. He cut through the intersection to do a U-turn against the oncoming traffic and against everyone else who was with him. Like, it was absolute insanity. And lucky for me, I'm scanning, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, but the instructor I was even with, he's like, "Fuck, good reaction time, Millie." Like that could have been not so good.
You also realize that the area you live in, right, or the area that you're training in, it's just a fucking chaotic. Like all of that whole area, I would say, like not so much Caledonia, but let's say Hamilton, Mississauga, yeah. Oakville, Burlington, Brampton, Toronto. There's no set times anymore for rush hour. Rush hour used to be, from 6 in the morning till 9 in the morning, and then you get a break. Then you get a break from like 9:30 up until about 2:30, 3 o'clock, and then it would be. Now it doesn't matter. Saturday, Sunday makes no fucking difference. Nope. It's so jammed, and it's expanded out to like even where you live, like out to that area there. Like how many times have you? I think the exit for air is what 268, right? Is the exit for air. Yeah. So if you're coming from Detroit and you're on the 401, I don't know how many times I'm passing the exit 268 in air, and by the time I get to Kitchener, we're fucking stopped. This is Kitchener, for fuck's sakes.
You stop at Kitchener, you're looking at the Volvo dealership over there.
Yeah, you're it's perfect.
You're like, fuck, should I just stop?
You're parked on the highway looking at the expressway Volvo, picking out a new fucking truck because you got the time. You're sitting there, but there's no set time anymore. And no. Even the areas that you live or where you're doing your training up in Caledonia, the traffic is just it's way worse than it used to be, and it's just getting worse. So there's no, you're gonna see crazy shit. You could be out in the fucking country now and you're going to see crazy shit. So,
where are you heading to, Brian? Where are you going now?
I'm in Orville, Ohio. I'm actually at my delivery. I'm delivering right here tomorrow morning.
Oh, I see. And then where? Where are you going to be?
I got to go 38 miles south of here down to Sugar Creek. I'm picking up bricks and taking those up to Montreal. It's a nice little trip. Like I left this morning, I'll unload tomorrow, I'll reload tomorrow, and I'll probably be within 80, 100 miles of my delivery tomorrow night. So it's not a bad deal.
You're still doing like the same amount of miles than ET without being on the road for 14 days, right?
I do more miles. I do less miles here, but make more money.
Okay.
And I'm home every weekend. Every weekend. With ET, I would be out for minimum of 2 weeks, sometimes 3 or 4 weeks, depending.
You can't put a price on that, man.
So I got no problem with this. I do okay. I don't need to run 3,500 miles a week now. I turn 25 to 27, 2,800 miles a week now. I'm good. I roll in the door on Friday and I got my weekend at home.
Hey, suppose I luck out and I get on this Montreal Toronto run corridor. Is
Yeah.
it possible to get that kind of mileage as a new driver?
Sure. You're not gonna turn 3,500 miles, no. But you got to remember, from Toronto to Montreal is one way is about 370 to 300, depending on where you're going, right? What area? But
yeah.
Let's just say 370 miles one way. Now, you're on a Canadian logbook, so that means you can drive for 13 hours a day, and you don't have to take your half hour. So
Right.
you can realistically, if things work out at both ends, if you're picking up a preloaded trailer and you can get the fuck out of the city, right? Get out of Toronto, first of all. If you can get out of the city, like say 4 o'clock in the morning, you can be up in Montreal, right? It's only 6 hours up. If you're doing a drop switch, or even if you're doing a live unload, you can still get into Montreal and back probably 3/4 of the way back home to Toronto in a day. And I've done it, so I know.
But
So if you're doing switches like that, is it possible? Sure.
That's
You know?
turning. That's turning.
But you see, in Canada with our logbooks, you can run 700 miles a day,
Yeah.
and not kill yourself because you've got 13 hours to do it.
Right.
Right.
And
you
you're right.
only cut down to the 11 hour and the half hour once you cross into the States. But if you're just running the corridor only, and you don't have to run an e-log yet, I think not till next year.
Yep, that's
If
true.
you're only in Canada, I think you still can run paper. Now, I'm not encouraging you to cheat by any means, but I'm just saying
No,
you're not running. You're not racing that clock. You know, that e-log, which is basically it's a clock just counting down all day long.
can I ask you the last question, Brian? Then I gotta go. How come you were out for 3 to 4 weeks at a time with ET? I thought they would only go to the Midwest.
Well, what they would do is they would run me, say, out of Toronto,
Yeah.
down to Louisville,
Right.
like down that area there. Then you'd pick up at in Columbus, Indiana. You'd pick up a Toyota, and you'd put 4 or 5 Toyota machines, forklifts or whatnot on your truck, and then you do a pedal run from there. You go to Winnipeg. One drop in Winnipeg, one in Regina, one in Saskatoon, one in Calgary, one in Edmonton. Then you'd reload somewhere out of Alberta, and they'd run you back down to the States. And there's no guaranteeing that they're going to run you back to Toronto again. They could run you back up to fucking Winnipeg again.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Okay.
you're a week, then you're into 10 days, then you're into 14 days. And then eventually there was a couple of times where it's like, okay, I'm on week 4. I want to go fuck home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Week 4 of back and forth. Week 4 of back and forth.
Just
Yeah.
say, okay, I'm
Yeah.
fucking home. Like, did you ever have to do that?
What's that?
Did you ever have to just like make a phone call and be like, yo, I'm fucking 4 weeks. I'm going home now.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You got to remember, I own the truck. So it's like, if I want to go home, I'm going the fuck home. Whether I
dude.
leave your trailer here or not, I'm going home.
Yeah, that's weird though, right? Because as another operator, you have a little bit more like, freedom to speak your mind and to refuse the load compared to a company driver, don't you?
Yes.
A little
Yes.
bit more, just a tiny bit more, right?
Yeah.
Food for
Well, not
thought.
just a tiny bit more. Believe me, there's been times where, well, no, they're on the phone and they're like, we need you to do this, or, I'm scheduled to go home. And they're like, well, we can't get you home. And it's like, well, I'm going home. And, we're not going to pay you to come home empty. Well, that's fine. You can pick up your trailer down in fucking Atlanta. I'm going home. And I've made those phone calls before. I won't even tell you where your trailer is. You can go fucking find it. I'm going home, whether you pay me or not. But I'm not dragging your empty trailer home for nothing. You're paying me, or I'm just coming home on my own dime, but I'm not bringing your trailer home. Nowhere across my forehead does it say charity, right? I don't work for free. So I've had those conversations with ET and with TransX a couple of times.
You work for TransX?
I worked for Transex. Yeah, well, I was with Transex for a while. Then I switched to DeckX. I was on their deck flatbed division.
Transex. Where did they primarily go? Transex. The
everywhere. Transex has terminals in every city.
Yeah, I've seen.
Montreal, Toronto, Winnipeg. Their head office, their main yard is in Winnipeg, just down the street from Bison. They've got a terminal in Calgary, one in Edmonton, and one in Vancouver. I think they got one in Richmond too, if I'm not mistaken.
In New West. It's in New West.
Yeah. Yeah, they go everywhere. But they got two or three different divisions, right? They've got their regional division, which is out of Toronto, and they run primarily like New York, PA, Ohio, Indiana. Then they got their line haul, which is they're doing their, those guys are gone 4 weeks. 4 weeks before they even think about going home. So,
well, it's good to hear your stories, then, man. I like to hear experienced driver's story, right?
Hey, thanks for stopping in, bro. Anytime. Take it easy, man.
One last thing. I saw Kylie, the guy Kylie who worked for ET in Montana, in Missoula, at the Loves. I'm talking about last year, I guess.
Callie?
Yeah, Kylie, the guy.
Callie, yeah. He's a buddy of mine. Yeah, I still fucking hang out with him.
Is he working there still?
No, he's working in Scotland.
Oh, so doing produce runs, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, he was doing the Californias. He was doing the California runs, but now he's his beautiful wife is now, they're having a baby. So like 18 wheel here, he wants to be home. So he's doing the Northern Ontario, Northern Quebec stores for National Grocers.
Uh-huh.
So he's doing store runs, and that's what he's doing now. But he's still with Scotland. He's doing all right. He's doing all right with Scotland.
And he's got a fancy, flashy W900 there.
Yeah, that's what he's got, one of those canary yellow. I call it the nuclear banana. This canary yellow. Beautiful truck, though.
Oh,
beautiful truck.
For sure. All right. Take care.
Take it easy, buddy. Thanks for stopping in.
Bye.
Cheers. That's funny. The nuclear banana.
Yeah, he hates it. It's a gorgeous truck, but it's so bright. It fucking hurts your eyes to look at. They're so bright, eh? Those yellows. They really.
Oh yeah. There's Equipment Resource Group in Air. It's
yeah, I know who they are.
Yeah, they have trucks like that.
Yeah, they have a lot of high end equipment in there. If you like. I've actually went to go buy trucks. Like I've been buying and selling trucks. I've been an owner operator a while, and there's been a couple of times I've gone in there to buy a truck, and yes, they're beautiful, but they're way overpriced.
Yeah,
they really are.
So, my mother-in-law owns her business is the next door lot,
right?
And that's my camping trailer. So last week, now that I'm all giddy, I'm getting my license. I've been in some trucks. I'm throwing gears and stuff like that. I was like, can I, when I talked to the owner, I'm like, hey, do you mind if I'm not buying anything. I really want to see inside these trucks. I love these, right?
Yeah.
And he let my head in them all, he's like, yeah, jump in. They were all unlocked. He let me jump in every single one. And there's obviously no price tags on it because I'm not buying. I'm not asking for anything. But I got curious. I fucking went online, man. God damn.
Dude.
230,000 plus. I'm like, ugh.
They were selling gliders. They were getting over 300,000 for their gliders.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. They went on a kick. They went on a kick last year. And I think the year before, and I think they're still doing it because I follow them on Facebook, right? I see them on Facebook every time they have a new glider come out, and they're 300,000 plus for a fucking glider.
Yeah, 320,
and they're selling them. They're selling them. They're not sitting on the lots. These things are fucking. As soon as they come out the door, boop, they're gone. They're getting it too.
One of the nicest I saw there was 359. Pete with a cat, like completely redone, 300 grand. Wow.
Yeah.
Been a working truck since. Like it's always been working. It's not It's not just something that got picked up and
Oh, I
sat
know.
rotting somewhere. No, it was always working. It was well maintained by the original owner. And the original owner, I don't know if he passed away or something, but there's a plaque with his name on it in the truck. So I thought
Oh,
that
no
was
shit.
I thought that was pretty neat because it was
Yeah.
older 359, like teal or tan color. Super nice, right? But like you said, the prices were absolutely outrageous. And I've heard you do the price breakdown too, that Nevada put his pricing, and I saw your breakdown of your fuel savings.
Yeah.
And I'm just taking it all in, right? I don't know anything, right? And what I do know is my dad's first truck was a Kenworth, and every truck since that has been an Aero truck
Yeah.
with anything to save money for fuel, which at the time I didn't know, I didn't care, right? But now that I've, been going through school, I'm almost done, I realize now all of my dad's decisions make sense to me, right?
Don't kid yourself, okay? If I won the lottery tomorrow, okay, I'd be at the Kenworth dealer specking out a fucking brand new W9, right? Totally non-aerodynamic.
No.
I'd have $100,000 worth of chrome on it. I'd have more lights on it than a fucking Frenchman. I mean, it would be absolutely immaculate and totally, a fuel buster. But I didn't win the lottery, so I'm driving a fucking very fuel efficient Cascadia.
Well, when it comes to dollars and cents, and like you said, like running a business, working your business, it's dollars and cents. That's what makes sense. And if you have the money to buy it and run like that, and it doesn't hurt you or your family financially, like, fuck, do it, right?
Well, dude, if you're gonna buy one of those gliders, if you're north of 250,000, 300,000 for a truck, you better be fucking living in it, right? You better be living in it, or you better have a real hefty down payment, like you took a second mortgage out on your house or something like that. Because I don't know a guy today, unless he's living in the truck and he's a single guy and he's got no child support payments. If you've got a $300,000 truck and your payments are north of $5,000, like that's not, for me financially, that's not feasible. Even if I was a single guy with no debt, I'm not paying $5,000 a month for a fucking truck payment.
Yeah.
You better be living in it, or you be living in it during the week and staying in a hotel during the weekend. But it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. But hey, you know what? I've got my lottery ticket. Actually, I got to check them. The draw. I didn't even look at me. I got 2 lottery tickets in my pocket for Friday and Saturday night. I didn't even check it, and I went to work. I probably didn't have to go to fucking work today.
I just figure, like, I can dream, and then I know getting into it, I've done other things that I know it takes time to make your name, so I sit that W9 or the 389 dream on the back burner and just see what I can make happen now.
Dude, you know what? Stay focused on what you're doing in the moment.
Absolutely.
You know what? I've had every truck. Okay, I've had 3 Kenworths. I've had a W9. I've had 2 W9s. I've had a T800. I've had a 386 Peterbilt. I've owned. This is the second Cascadia. This is the first one I drove. At another time, that guy Mike Campbell there, he was working for us. We had a couple of we ran multiple trucks. I've owned Max. I've owned fucking everything. And right now, at this term, in this economy, and again, this is just my opinion. There's a bunch of other people that are going to jump in here and say, "Fuck you, you're nuts." But the aerodynamic trucks right now are the way to go. Right now, they really are. What I lose in, say, miles, I can run less miles and make more money. And I did a video about it. Like, I was running 4,000 miles a week in a non-aerodynamic truck, but I was making more money running 3,000 miles. My take home was more running 3,000 miles in an aerodynamic truck, just in fuel savings.
Right.
Fuel savings alone, right?
And that's where I'm at. You know, like I've always been kind of, I'd like to show if I had some kind of success. I've always kind of been like that. Like, oh, if I'm winning at this, it's okay to splurge a little bit. But now, the last couple of years have changed me quite significantly. You
Yeah.
know, to the point where I don't even cut my fucking hair anymore.
Look,
So
I'm too cheap for fucking razor blades, man. Fuck that.
I just trim it once it gets too wild, keep it low, and that's about it. But
You got it.
you know, I got that mind about me now that I know what I'm in for, and I know what it's gonna take to kind of succeed at this game, which is patience and time in the game, right?
It is
Time
willingness. Willingness.
yeah.
Just keep an open mind and be willing to learn at all times.
Absolutely. Well, Brian, on that note,
Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Hold on.
Okay.
Do you have somewhere to go?
No, I got a minute.
Okay, hold on. Nomadic Brit's coming in. I don't know if he's got a shitty signal or not, but this is another guy that I respect, and he's an owner operator. He's with Schneider. He pulls a tanker, but every time he opens his mouth, usually some good advice falls out of it.
Yeah.
He was
So
actually.
if he can get his shitty Wi-Fi signal to fucking work.
No, it did just to me yesterday on another live. It went suddenly blank. I thought those bloody blokes were like kicking me out of the screen or whatever. But anyway.
Well, we can hear you, but I can't see you. Are you driving?
No, I'm just sat in my truck.
Oh.
Lights off?
No, all I wanted to say is that this is obviously young 18-wheeler in the middle.
Yes.
And this has been such a constructive chat tonight. And that's half the problem with this industry, finding proper information of how it works and what we do and how everything is. And that's why I say that if someone like yourself, sir, you should be, you know, you know, forgive me, I watched the rest of your videos tonight. I've been out there just promoting you because I think you would be I think you would be a prime person that comes out there because you're starting from scratch. And there's a lot of people that want to know from, how do I do this? How do I get into that? How do I do that? And obviously you're in Canada. I mean, I can't speak for Canada because I'm a foreigner here in the US. But there needs to be more talk and more lives like this because
I've been for so long. I just never had the nerve to actually request until I was like close enough to getting licensed where I actually know somewhat what you guys are talking about, right?
Right, but yeah, but I see that's half the problem. People either get embarrassed or think, am I looking silly and whatever? No, you're not. I think you should be looking for positive information that can help you because this is about you and your family. This isn't about Brian. This isn't about me. This is about what you can do for you and your family.
100%, man.
Agreed.
100%.
And you're looking for what, you know, and we will give out advice based on our, you know, what has happened to us.
Right.
And like Brian says, I'm an owner operator with Schneider Tanker, and I have been for 7 years. I don't promote Schneider. I just tell you what's gone on in my adventure with Schneider. I don't give up my driver number because I don't believe in referrals. I think people need to make up their own decision based on what I can tell them based on experience. Because the problem is once you start throwing dollars in, people start talking rubbish. You know?
Agreed.
So you will never see a video of mine giving out Schneider, giving out my driver number or anything because I don't believe in that stuff. And I just think because I want to go to bed tonight with a clear conscience. Right. I don't want to tell you something that you want to hear, but isn't the truth or whatever, you know?
Right.
Absolutely.
And I just think listening to Brian, yourself, and the other chap that was in there earlier on, that's what you two guys were looking for. You're looking for information, proper information. because
Prob-
people make decisions based on that information. And that's why I tell people, if you're going to come out here and make YouTube videos, you better be God honest, because
Yeah.
people make decisions on what we say, you know.
Yeah, that is 100% true. So on my other account, before I did pull the trigger, one of the things that Brian said that kind of forced me to ask more question was not to take in a course from just any fucking school. You know, do your homework, make sure it's an
Absolutely.
accredited school. So the point of me saying that is that I do respect and take your guys's advice for what it is. You know, I know, or at least I hope to think that you guys are trying to pave the way, at least for us that actually give a shit, to be good workers in the industry, to have a good place to go or a good route to take in order to achieve that.
I'm not going to blow. I'm not going to blow up Brian's ass. If I didn't believe in what Brian is saying, or if I didn't have any integrity with this guy, I wouldn't be in here.
Right.
But
Thanks.
I think you need to listen to chaps that are on your side of the fence, because I don't know what goes on in Canada. I went there a few times under a company with Schneider, but as contractors, we can't come in there anymore for whatever reason. I don't ask. I don't. It is what it is. But that's why you need to focus. And I was trying. There's another chap in this chat called Curtis, and I've been kicking his ass all night to make sure he gets into gear, because he needs to emphasize what Brian is telling you, and whether it be in whatever guise he does, because like I say, you're looking for that information that is going to help you. So
Agreed.
Curtis, get your fucking ass in the gear, man, and sort it.
I think as well. I think one thing, and I'll just touch real quick. The new drivers, one of the issues that you guys have is you're afraid to open your mouth and ask a question because you don't want to look stupid.
Exactly. That's the biggest thing, and you shouldn't be like that. And
Absolutely.
and that's the way that certain, God, hold on, I've got to watch my P's and Q's here. The problem is there's certain videos based on drivers making complete hash ups and stuff like that.
Right.
People make money out of that, and you need to get away from that, because there's actually people like Brian that want to tell you what's really going on in your trade, because there's two sides to the trucking. There's that sort of there's just two sides. I don't even want to try and differentiate the thing.
The two sides are, there's the trucking bit, there's the business of trucking, and then there's the trucking business.
Right.
Those are the two sides of trucking,
and they are worlds apart. Believe it or
massively.
not.
Massively. Right now, as a new driver, you need to focus on the trucking business. That's basically the learning of, you're picking up freight, you're driving the truck, you're learning the trade.
Right.
The business of the trucking business is going from point A to point B and doing the job. The
Right.
business of trucking is all of the intricacies behind the business, behind what makes the wheels, what makes the business turn, the wheels that make the business turn. That's the business of trucking. You,
Right.
as a new driver right now, need to focus on the trucking business. Learn as much as you, and don't ever think that you're asking a stupid question. And if you ask some guy that's been doing this a while a question and he laughs at you,
that's not
F
the
him. F him. You know what? Ask it again to somebody else. You'll get your answer. You will get your answer.
No, he's right.
We got Spectre in here. How you doing, brother?
What's up, man? No, I
How's
was
it going?
going.
I hate to cut out on you guys, but duty calls, as you can see. So
I see.
thank you guys so much for everything. This is Adonis, and I really appreciate everything, all the information. It's been extremely helpful, and I'll follow up and keep you guys posted on the progress.
Dude, if you've got any questions, drop a line in our email at wheelburnerexpress@gmail.com.
Amazing.
You know what? If you've got a question or anything you need, if I can help you with anything, like I said, I don't have all the answers by any means.
Of course.
But if I don't have the answer, chances are I know somebody who does, and if I can help you out, like drop an email. We'll be happy to help you out.
Absolutely.
I will say, young Spectre is somebody that you definitely need to follow, because that is a gentleman that has an awful lot of information.
I will. Thank you guys. I will do.
All right, man. You have a good night.
Hector. Good night, Brian. Good night, Britt. Have a good evening, everybody else in the chat. I appreciate all the all the support and all the information you guys have given me. And see you guys on the next one. Take care.
Absolutely. Thanks for stopping in, bro.
Bye.
No, I wanted to come in, man. You got a good thing going here tonight, because it's like that's the thing, is like DJ says it right there, and that's something I live by. Is like whenever I bring on new contractors, I always tell them there's no question other one that doesn't get asked. And
Right.
Agreed.
too many times that there's people that just don't ask the question because either they're afraid or whatnot. But answering that question or asking, you give somebody a little bit of confidence and a little bit of, reaffirm what they're thinking. It change it for them. And you're right, there are two sides of this business.
A little, you know what? A little bit of a boost goes a long way. I said it earlier. In this business, or in this industry, we are very quick to jump on the new guy or to tear him down and you know what? One positive goes farther, will do a lot more and help somebody a lot more than, 10 guys jumping on him, telling them what not to do.
Exactly.
One moment of a positive affirmation goes a lot farther than anything else. And I think, as somebody that's been doing this a while, Inspector, I'm assuming you've been doing this, more than a fucking couple of years. You've probably seen it.
Oh,
you've got guys working for you, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That, you know what? They could be having a shit day and they're ready to throw their fucking keys at you and say, "Fuck this, I don't want to do this anymore." And just a couple of simple words will turn that around.
Well, I saw it when I was serving, right? I was a staff sergeant in the Army, and I'd see it with privates. It kind of turns over in the industry too, especially when you're dealing with like owner operators, like you were talking about, when they make that transition coming from company, and then I give people an opportunity to come in and be an owner operator, run their own business, start out, and they got that fear, and I would tell them is, they say, "Hey, I'm scared as shit," and I'm like, well, if you weren't, then I'd be concerned.
Absolutely. Yeah.
At the same time, don't be so afraid that it consumes you and you don't want to ask the questions, because I tackle most, everybody. Like T-Bone, my newest contractor. No, he's not the newest, but one of my newest contractors. Nervous, and watching his growth over, I'd say, almost this last year. And that's what a lot of people seem to misunderstand or don't do. These guys grow. Everybody doesn't know everything. The day that I told myself, the day I got into this is the day that I feel like I know everything. That's it. I'm closing the doors, hanging the keys.
Time to hang it up.
And I'm getting out.
Right.
And that's the way I held it. And too many times you do see that ego or whatever from everybody. Like, I know what I know it all. You're not going to tell me anything. Well, okay, good luck to you. And that's about at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
But for anybody coming into it and new drivers, I'll do it today. Like, if I park and I see somebody struggling, I may not get in their truck and drive it for them and move it for them, but I will. I'll stay right there till we get them through it. Boom. Hey, you just did it. You did that.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. But like you're willing to do that.
Yeah.
I'm willing to do that. How many times, like I said, if you've been sitting in a truck stop and there's 25 guys all sitting there watching this poor bastard fucking, and he's jerking it, he's banging it, he's fucking, his antennas are whipping all over the place. Somebody get out and help the guy. A simple 5-minute help,
This is the one that drives me crazy. Is the guys that the guy, you'll have that guy like you're describing, right? And the guy's truck he's about to hit, that guy will just sit his ass in the seat, lay on his fucking horn rather than get out and help.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Or
See,
they get on the radio and they start making fun of them.
Yeah.
Right, but that's what I appreciate. Half that obviously ends up on YouTube videos because look at this bloody idiot and blah blah blah. But that doesn't help us in the long run, because that guy that you're not helping could be that guy that's going to go and crash into something. It's going to do, that's what I don't understand, the mentality of that we just sit there and take the piss out of these people, rather than try to help them. Because I mean, I worked on a farm, so it was way easier. There's no way you could crash. You're in thousands of acres of fields. You couldn't crash stuff at 13 years old. But the people coming in, they're you know, we shouldn't be there to just take the piss out of these people, because that's the future. And do you want to drive on the road with that craziness going on if you can't educate them, you know?
No, you're right, and you made a good point. You made a really good point. Is that is the future? Okay, if we're tearing them down, what are we going to get? What are we going to have on the road 5 years from now?
Well, you're gonna have a bunch of people that are scared. I mean, look, the reality of this is the equipment we drive, it can be intimidating.
Yes.
And if you tear somebody down, you know, number one, you take away that confidence, you take away that ability and belief in themselves that they can operate it. We're 80,000-pound land missiles. That's exactly what we are.
Yeah.
You know, it's too easy to do that, you know, and I think that our industry has become too reliant. I call it puppy mill driver schools, you know. Hey, these drivers are supposed to teach this. Hey, the carriers are supposed to teach them that. No, they're not. It's no for people who are out there experience. Our job to pass that knowledge on, because we're not going to be the all the rest of our life. We're just not. It's our to do what we do. Time in your life trying to get the hell out of this. So I want to make sure whoever's getting in that seat behind me, whether it's in one of my trucks or their own, that they're doing, because I very well could be driving beside that guy at some point in time in the day in my vehicle, own personal vehicle.
Right. Exactly.
Well, I say the same thing. It's like, I don't use myself in my person. Do you want your wife and kids to be in the car beside that guy? I don't. Right. I want somebody that's going to be confident. I want the confidence. I want the proper training.
Yep.
I want him to know what he's doing, because that's my wife and my children in that car beside you.
Like, here, let me example I had here recently. I was in a truck stop, and a guy was up, a young guy. He was younger than I was, and he was struggling. And he said, "Hey, I just got inspected." The guy said my brakes were out. They, you know, he had to pay like a fortune for somebody to come look at his brakes, but he didn't believe that they were holding right. He didn't believe that they had adjusted them right. And I asked him, I said, "Do you know how to adjust your brakes?" Just simple question. He said, "Nobody taught me." Something as simple as that.
Right.
Something simple as that. He didn't know how to do it. So I grabbed my tools. We slid up under his truck. I showed him how to do it, how to measure it. We wouldn't believe the light in his eyes. He's like, "It's just that simple." I said, "Just as easy as that."
Exactly.
Just as easy.
Exactly. I agree. 100%.
And he went, you know.
How you doing, Robert?
Hi, Brian.
Love the
Hello,
flag,
Robert.
brother. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a fucking wrench, you cunt.
Yeah. Canadian.
Love that flag. What do you think, Britt? That flag looks good.
No.
Wall, eh?
Yeah,
I've got a Canadian flag up, and you haven't even given me a fucking wrench.
I know. Yes, yeah. If you got to sell your body like that, that ain't worth it. Not for Canada.
I can't. You know what? I can't give you the wrench. Dar has to give it to you.
That is such. See, that's what the Canadians think of you, Robert. Take no notice.
I know. They don't like
shut
me,
up.
really. Who's that fucking loudmouth Yorkshire cunt?
I know. Fucking Northerners. Yeah, you bloody Northerners. You can't. Yeah, I can't believe
Shut
you
up.
called me
You
a
know what?
Southern.
Shut the fuck up, or I'll start lobbing snowballs over the fence at you.
No,
Jesus Christ.
he called me. I cannot believe he called me a Southern softy earlier on, the bloody tosser. I cannot believe that. Fucking Northern bastard. I will say now that Spectre is in here, and anybody that's watching this, Spectre is, you know, forget that he's done his bit for this country, and he's done an awful lot for America. But this is a very informational chap, along with a very small handful of people I've come across. So you need to subscribe to this channel and listen to him. Don't get involved with all that crap that goes on in the darkness of YouTube. Listen to the positiveness and how these guys like Brian, like Spectre, that can help you move on and get some positiveness out of this channel. They will tell you the way it is. They will tell you not the way that you want to hear, but they will tell you the way it is. And there's a big difference.
Oh,
And that's why, like I say, I don't get into any of that stuff of, oh God, you can do this and that and everything else. Because no, I'll tell you what's gone on in my life. Because this is a lifestyle. This, you know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is. But you can get some good gigs. You can sometimes.
Yeah, but but Brian, I'm talking about. I'm
but
obviously talking
usually
about from America.
it's hard work, and you've got to be prepared to do that hard work.
Right, but I appreciate you, Robert. But I'm talking from Spectre's point of view and
Yeah.
from Brian's point of view, from America and Canada. England
Yeah.
is different, but I'm here in the USA, so I have to abide by the USA rules and regs.
Yeah,
And I'm just saying that these guys, if you want to know something, you need to follow their channels.
yeah,
That will help you out. You know, it ain't gonna bog you down with crap. It's gonna bog you down with proper information.
I think I followed Brian for about a year now, from when he were on ET, and you can't fault anything he says, really. He knows the job.
I can because he's Canadian. But anyway,
he knows that job over there, and I think he's a true professional.
But I just think that YouTube can be a positive tool if you use
It can be
to the way that you need to use it. Don't get involved with all the other crap that goes on. I've been sucked into some of it. Don't do it. Just listen to people.
Some of that, I'll be honest with you, some of that is fun. But as long as people can take that as what it is an entertainment, and it's fun, that's fine. But I would much rather be doing something like this. Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because this climate that we're in.
Exactly. Like, I'm not an educated man. I don't have a master's degree from university. I've got a grade 12 education, and I've got a lot of years trucking. And anything I'm telling you here isn't coming out of a book. It's coming out of something that I've done.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I've lived, like I said earlier, I've been an owner operator through 2 recessions, 1 pandemic, fucking 9 out of 10 other guys have folded up their fucking tents and gone home. And is this because I'm smarter than anybody? No, it's because, you know what? Even at my age, I'm willing to go to somebody like Spectre and say, this is what I'm dealing with. How would you deal with that? And what would you do?
And that's exactly what I'm saying.
That is why some guys are successful and some guys aren't. If you think you know all the answers and you've got all the answers, you're done before you get out, before you turn your first mile, you're fucked.
Exactly.
Yeah. See, like in my situation, you've been through it, like you said, 2 recessions. This is my first recession being an actual fleet owner and an owner op, but I went through COVID with a fleet. And
right.
If you want to talk about stressful and trying to think outside the box and find a way through something crazy, holy hell.
But I guarantee you, Spectre, you didn't do it all by yourself. You probably had some good people throwing some good advice at you.
Absolutely. I mean, not only did I have some good guys working with me at the time, like Jay Cannell, and, you know, obviously Hensley helped me navigate through some of that.
Right.
But I reached out to other small fleet owners and like, look, how are we going to do this? And that's actually by doing that is, you know, I reached out to Best. I reached out to RD Trucking. And that's up with the idea to be able to put all of our carriers together, our small fleets. And we were nailed down Procter & Gamble running loads for them out of the Midwest. And I'll tell you what, if it had not been for that, thinking outside the box and reaching out to find a way through it with those other guys, we very well could have been closing our doors just like so many others because we put those carriers together. We did. We said, hey, we got this much capacity. Can you give it to us? I said, yep, we'll give you what you want.
Right. But it's all outside the box thinking, though.
It is.
Right.
All example of I don't know everything. And I started making phone calls. How are we going to do this? How we navigate it? You know, I'm still young in the business as well. And it's a learning process. It's a learning process.
Yeah.
But I think we're in that same situation now, though.
Yeah.
And that's why anybody with any common sense is going to be asking that person next to them, hold on a minute. What do you think about this? What can I do about that? And that is the way to go forward, because we're in some weird times, and those weird times are here for, you know, I'm not a negative person. I'm really not. But I think the next 12 months we're going to be in this funk, of what on earth is going on. Whether you're on the spot market, your contract, company driver, whatever. Company
doesn't
driver,
matter.
right? The company driver is probably not going to bother them too much.
Right.
But the contractor and the spot market guy, it's going to bother us to hell because we want to work out what on earth is going on here.
Well, this is kind of something like this is going through this reminds me of a couple years ago. I think it was 19 or 20 when the market kind of took a small dip. And just funny you say that, just talking about like looking at some of my numbers and looking at the guys' numbers and across the fleet. The thing right now, and this is key, very key. What's going to get any contractor through a time like this right now is one, it's going to be high consistency and a lot of fucking miles.
Agreed.
Fucking miles. If you can't,
agreed.
You can't put those two together and you're inconsistent, like 1 week high miles and then you don't have the revenue, or if you got high revenue but not the miles, you're not. It's going to be a very, 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 very hard struggle. You've got to be more consistent now than ever.
Right.
Agreed. Some old guy told me when I first started to make the jump, I made the jump from company driver to owner. He said the trucking business is like a backwards education. You get the test first and the lessons later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you know what? The old codger was absolutely right.
That is spot on.
I was lucky
Absolutely
because
right.
I'm
Everything that he told me was dead on.
Yeah.
I was lucky because all my family's been in trucking, so that's all I ever knew. I was shunting trucks in the yard at 15 years old and driving my dad's truck at 16 years old down the road.
Right.
And the only thing I had to do was get the qualification to get my own truck.
Brian, the difference here, I mean, like when I came to this country, I mean, like England will fit in Texas twice or whatever it is.
Right.
Our perception on OTR is so different than it is in this country. OTR is like, oh yeah, I do 500-600 miles a day. That's normal because of their infrastructure on the way that they got the road systems and stuff like that. But what the biggest problem that's going on in this country at the moment in the USA, and guys, I stand corrected if I'm wrong. What's hitting us on the spot? I'm not spot market, I'm contract, but contract and spot market, we're getting crucified on fuel, and now it's started to go back up again. And the problem is at the moment, even on contract rates, they're starting to creep down, whereas fuel is creeping up.
Right.
Which is sending us in the wrong trajectory. And there's nothing you can do. And you're going to get these unfortunately, these people that have come in way too late, that came in, say, 3 to 6 months ago and bought that nice fancy truck, double the standard, double the standard truck price, double the standard trailer price. Those guys, unfortunately, they didn't watch what's going on. And this is a market you have to understand and you have to watch it. If you don't educate yourself on how this whole system works, you're going to get crucified pretty quick. And the problem is you're going to get these wave of these guys that have got to hand their trucks in or going to lose them because they can't make money. They're doing stupid stuff. They're going for rates that it's just paying for what they've got. They can't move on from that.
Well, and that goes back to what Will Burner was saying earlier. Two sides to the business. There's trucking, there's the business of it. I'd buy a truck right now at the price what they want. Now the trailers you can get a return on investment fairly quick, but a truck, no, there's no way I'd pay it. And that's just knowing the actual business of this industry.
Exactly.
Exactly. And for a while there, earlier here for a couple of months, it was enticing to go out and buy new equipment because we were, you could open the door up for a period of like 2 or 3 months and fall on a $6 a mile rate. Now people are having to go back and work for it. And that, like I said, and it's like he said, it's understanding the business of it. It's
exactly.
It's
exactly.
To me, the governments are breaking our backs. All I've ever done, I've run trucks for 36 years. Well, I had my own truck for 36 years, but I've been in the industry for 36 years, and all it seems to me is They've just slowly tried to kill it so that we can't make any money.
Brian, the biggest problem in this country, America is reliant on, from what I understand, and I stand corrected if I'm wrong, 75% of everything is moved by truck. Now in England, we have a train structure, we have a whole lot different structure, but America is so reliant on the truck driver. Now,
Correct.
and the biggest problem is like with the slowdown at the moment, probably, you know, and again, I stand corrected, that the van driver is going to get hit the hardest because the van driver moves the biggest of the bulk of this country. But in that bulk could be things like your TV, your radio. Do you really need that in this recession that's going on? So you get these guys that get hit, and it's all about trying to set yourself up in, from my point of view, and guys, I'm not being selfish. I'm thinking about me and my family. Now I set myself up in, like, I'm tanker, so we're a bit of a niche market.
Yeah.
And I even got told the other day, which I always thought we all eat. So reefer guys, you guys must be busy. Wrong.
Yeah.
Get it? I got that completely wrong. That's not how it works. So I know how tanker works, and I stay out of how reefer works, how flatbed works, how dry van works, because I burnt myself the other day when I thought I knew. I thought I knew everything, and I didn't.
Well, what you got to look at right now is that, and I'm going to speak countrywide, whatever.
Be right back.
Industry wise, is that this industry right now, we're kind of in a reset, right? We're in a crazy, unprecedented time still because COVID upset everything. It upset everything because what you had was, you had like for instance, like the dry van market. The dry van market typically is the lowest paying out of all three markets between flatbed, tanker, and all that. And then what happened was dry van rates, they took off. Why? Because when the government and the FMCSA basically put all those exemptions in place, it allowed dry van guys to haul 10% weight and a lot more tonnage. Now you're correct in the fact that it does move probably the higher percentage because we move quicker. But the reality of that is that still the rails are relied on quite heavily as far as the tonnage. And that's the key part of it. They can haul more tonnage where we can move it quicker as trucks. Now, and when I'm talking about that reset is you're starting to see it. You're starting to see dry van markets collapse. Like they're starting to collapse. Why? Because they're oversaturated again. I have a reefer myself, and I'm still pulling rates at $4 and $5 a mile, because it's what's needed. The reefer market is, it's got a strain on it still. But it is this industry really is trying to find its balance again, and it's COVID threw the entire logistics and transportation industry into a tailspin, and they're just trying to find its way right now. Really what it's trying to do.
It is
trying to recover is what it's doing.
At the moment, Spectre, we're losing you at the moment half the time, which is as annoying as crap because I like listening to you. Because but Spectre is one of those parts of this industry and this community, TJ and stuff that we listen to, and he's breaking up, and it's kind of, God damn! I wish he wasn't breaking up because he's putting out he's giving out proper information.
Well, he's lived the shit.
Yeah,
he lived the COVID shit like we did. I was part of that too at that time. We lived that COVID shit, and then it went bam. Now it's back down. So it's resetting itself and adjusting itself, and then by April, May, everything of spring, it should clear itself back up. But again, that's just my take on it.
DJ, do you think it's going to be April and May? Do you think it's going to be spring?
Me, no.
No, I don't either.
That's me. That's
me. I'm not in the industry anymore, but I do pay attention to it quite a bit. And I got to say, my gut's been right a lot of the time, just from moves that I made prior, during when I was in trucking, like buying a vehicle and stuff like that, and doing contracted freight versus spot market, that kind of stuff. And
I mean,
that's what I'm seeing, because the downward spiral, it's not gradual. It's been a fucking literally a downstairs 70% grade, 7% grade drop in the last 3 months. It's really taken a dive from 270 to $187,
Yeah, I
something
think
like that.
look, if I had to go back and I had to look at trend, like I said, it's unprecedented right now, so it's really hard to go back and look at stuff.
right.
But right now, with the way everything seems, of course, you got the FMCSA here in the States. They're being pressured to basically remove the hours of service period is a new thing. Just remove it.
Right.
They're also. I agree with TJ. I'm thinking it's probably going to be about the beginning of second quarter next year, maybe, because I think we're going to have to go through this election in order to find stability.
Well, that's just it. That's just it right there.
Yeah, this election, we're going to have to go through this election, find some stability, and it's going to take about the end of the second quarter, maybe the beginning of to really find it.
Now, Spectre, if you not over the years, if you not noticed, because we as Canadians rely heavily on you guys on your industry, right? For our freight and for our rates, a lot of everything that we do is set by you guys.
Yeah,
we have to follow. But if you not noticed over the years, every time that you have an election, the 4 to 5 months prior to the election and the 3 months after your election, we are usually chasing our fucking tails around.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what I firmly believe about the second quarter of next year. That's what I'm believing. Because I think our elections are November this year, so I'm thinking it's going to be about the second quarter next year before stability is really reached.
Right.
Agreed. I agree.
And I totally agree with what he's saying, because second quarter, we're talking about like January, February, March. So we're talking April, May, June.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying, because we're almost within a 1 year thing. I think, and I totally agree. So that's weird that we all completely understand that. And like I say, you listen to what's going on. And that's why I say, if you want to know what's going on in this country, talk to a truck driver. I always tell people that. If you want to know what's going on in America, talk to an American truck driver. They can see what's going on.
Agreed.
Because we
normally
see,
you don't.
And we get that gut feeling. We understand. The only thing that I've got told, and like I say, I'm contract freight, so we're not exposed to that full craziness that's going on in the spot market. It's pretty much, I'm with Schneider. I'm pretty much under the umbrella. I don't have to suffer anything. I pick from this choice board. Schneider, leave me alone, and blah blah blah. But one thing they did say, Schneider, that we are about 6 to 8 weeks behind Van, and our rates don't come down as bad. Now our rates are starting to come down now. So Van has obviously been hit hard already. Now tanker, we get involved with stuff that chemicals that make the things that you need, whether it be flipping nappies, tissue, and all that stuff. We help produce that stuff, so it's never affected us.
Right.
But the one thing that I've had in the last 3 loads that I was supposed to pick up was C of A, certificate of analysis.
Yep.
Stuff wasn't hitting what it was supposed to hit.
Yep.
Now that I've never had that in the 7 years I've been with Schneider. My last 2 drops, and now it looks like my 3rd drop is going to be the same. That they can't make the chemical up to the standard it's supposed to be. Now I don't know what that's all about.
Well,
is that shortage? Is it just a shortage of the chemicals to make it?
Exactly.
Nope. Well, they're loading the tanker, but it's not passing the lab.
Right. I'll tell you exactly what that's tied to. It's partially, you're right, Will Burner. It's that they don't have they've lifted a lot of regulations. If I don't know, there was an article put out about one of the for an example, one of the refineries just went down, right? So now they added a couple more things as far as crude oil, stuff like that, to the hours of service exemption, which if you guys didn't know that's actually still in effect till the 31st of this month, and they're anticipating that they're going to extend it again, which is why they're pushing FMCSA.
It'll go into 2023.
Yeah, they're pushing fucking permanent. I mean, it was in service during the last 6 months of the Trump administration when COVID hit, and of course it's been in effect, the entire time Biden's been in office. And it ties back into that with what you're saying, Britt, is that we don't have the product to make it to the standard that the regulations are put in place. So now they're finding ways to exempt this stuff, like that certificate he's talking about. That's basically saying, hey, it's not made to the standard that we're held to exempt this stuff, like that certificate he's talking about. That's basically saying, hey, it's not made to the standard that we're held to exempt this stuff, like that certificate he's talking about.
Wolf, turn your sound down.
Hey, it's not made to the standard that we're held to exempt this stuff, like that certificate he's talking about. That's what it's all tied into. That's what I'm saying is, the entire industry that we're affected with, or the effect is, it really is. It's fine.
I think what it is they're cutting corners.
Yeah, they're just to move the product. They are.
Yeah.
Like this past week, I ran Missouri, Massachusetts. Like I had a relief. It had to go nonstop until I got there. Did that.
So you guys, though, all of you, have you seen the rate drop that it's currently having, say in the van side? Because again, that always goes first typically when it drops. Have you guys seen an unprecedented drop that quickly in the last 10 years?
COVID.
No, but because
Except for COVID.
there's no precedence to go by. Nothing like this has ever happened before.
Yep,
Yes, we've had recessions, but we've never had something like COVID for what do you want to call it, a pandemic. So there's nothing you can look back on and go, okay, back in 2005 when we were going through this is what happened. There's no book to fucking go back and look at.
Right.
But Brian, with the last recession, 2008, we're in 2022. The vid kicked off in 2020. Do you not think that was just a trigger?
Yes.
And I'm sorry to anybody. I've not come across that, and I'm not being derogatory to anybody in this channel. I'm just saying, from my point of view, I never come across anything like that. But normally you get the cycles of the ups and downs. It's normally a 15 to 20 year period. Don't forget, 2008 was the most horrific that hit this housing, and then on top of that, you had the wars and everything else that went on. We're at that point that something is going to happen, whether we like it or not,
I mean, if you think about it, like you said, we've never experienced anything like this at all. Nothing. Mm-hmm. That was the first time, not only the U.S. and Canadian economy, but the world economy.
Yep.
It shut down. That has never, ever, ever happened. And now you're seeing the effects of it when the global economy or even your country economy shuts down like that. And of course, the government choice but to basically print money out there and give it to the people to survive, and it forced it to a recession. It forced it.
Right.
But look at how they.
That's why I sold my truck. I sold my truck because I saw 2008. All they've done since then is quantitative easing, printing money from nothing. That's what they're just kicking the can down the road until they got to the point in 2019 when they started bringing in the lockdowns. I was thinking, well, this is going to affect the economy. They're actually shutting down the economy. So what's going to happen? So along with other things, obviously rising price of fuel and that, I just thought I'm selling my truck. But I was a bit preemptive on what I saw coming, because if I'd have waited another year, the price of trucks went up, so I'd have actually made another 10,000 on my truck. So I was preemptive on what.
Robert, you weren't the only one. You weren't the only one. I've got friends of mine, and not just friends, but guys that I knew that were looking down the road at what was coming. And they bailed. They handed in their keys. They whatever.
Yeah.
They saw it coming and they got the fuck out. Whether it was the right call or not, that's entirely their decision, or it's on them.
Yeah.
But they did the same thing. You're not the only one that did that.
But I was a year too early. But what I saw in 2019, I started looking at. I never looked at the money markets and all that before that, and I started to look into it. And they have what's called the repo market, and that's where the banks do interlending.
Right.
And in September 2019, the banks wouldn't lend to each other. They wouldn't even lend to each other because of.
So you were seeing something before the shit happened. That's fucked up. I mean,
no, it's not. It's that's the problem. It's like, Robert. You know, I've got a friend here called Stuart Warby, and now we talk a lot. Now Stuart, and everybody takes the piss out of the guy and stuff like that. But he had a big fancy Peterbilt and blah blah blah. But he took the business decision to get out when he realized that the market was starting to go in the wrong direction, and he benefited from that because that's a business decision.
Right.
Because he didn't want to get it caught up in that shitstorm. Now that shitstorm, and I excuse the French, anybody in here, that shitstorm is here now, and it's kicking off. Well, now, Stuart got out, and we have this conversation, and he's taken a lot of flack for it. But I've got total respect for Stuart, and he made that right decision. I don't care what anybody else says. He made that right decision at the right time.
He did,
because he knows that he's going to jump in at some other stage, because that's business mindset.
Well,
right.
Well, let me give you the other side to that story too. Stuart made a great decision. He made more money on his truck than what he had paid for and had invested in it, and then he sold his trailer. Well, guess what? He made that decision. I'm the one that bought his trailer.
I wasn't going to say that. That's not for me to say. But
the reason I say that it was good on both ends is he made money off of it more than what he had into it. I needed the capacity. And as a reefer, bought it. I needed the capacity in a market that is still running strong. So I took advantage of it.
Right.
But it's, like I said, it's that's the other side Will Burner talks about. It's the actual business of the truck.
Exactly, Spectre. But listen to that last 30 seconds. Stuart made money, but you made that right decision based on your principle, and that's why I say you need channels like this, because we talk truth, you know, and because there's two sides to this stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And that last 30 seconds, what Spectre is saying, that is just massive, you know, from my eyes, you know, because I know what went on. Like I said, I can't be talking on stuff that is nothing to do with me, you know, because I know what went on. Like I said, I can't.
Right. Hey,
so what happened? What happened after in September 2019? All of a sudden, COVID came along, and we had there's a professor here called Professor Richard Werner. You can go on YouTube. I think he's on some videos on YouTube, and he actually invented quantitative easing for the Japanese, and he wrote a book called Princes of the Yen, which was how the Japanese had a really good economy, and how they actually destroyed it. And he invented the quantitative easing so that actually push that into the economy. But
a lot of that stuff is I'm not going to say it, but whether you call it censored, whatever. There's a lot of that stuff doesn't. England is pretty much up front. Here,
we had quantitative easing after 2008, and that's what they call bailing out the banks.
Right.
Yeah, but I think what Brett's saying is, Robert, that doesn't apply here. That would be sort of like a niche area for Britain. It wouldn't apply here. We don't have that here.
In 2008, all the banks got bailed out in America. Britain.
What I'm saying is, Robert, in England, it's very informational. We're pretty transparent. America, it's not transparent of what is going on. The here and now.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, but guys, I'm not going to get drawn into that. I'm here on a green card. I'm here as I'm not going to get into it.
What's happened now is they've actually printed more. Well, it's not printing now; it's digital, isn't it? But they've actually put more money into the system, thinking that we're going to
Yeah, but see, but
um,
Robert, that's the
simulate
thing,
it.
Robert. That's what I'm saying, Robert. You would see that whether it be BBC,
I gotta
Sky,
run.
whatever,
We'll talk to you
they
later.
would
See you,
tell you
DJ.
what's going on a daily basis and whatever. Here, it's not like that. It
Yeah,
really
but we've
isn't.
got twice as much money in the system now.
I
than
know, but they don't
10 years ago.
explain that here. They don't explain that here.
No. But
Right. So
Now,
what they
if you-
I don't know what they call that in England, but in here that's inflation.
Yeah.
that's
We're calling it
inflation, but
inflation.
it won't affect. It will not affect the price of any goods or services.
No.
If you have a lockdown, then
no.
you've killed the velocity.
Well, it doesn't affect the cost. What it affects is it affects the country's ability or the willingness to produce. Like
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you kill the velocity. So the banks benefit from all the extra cash,
yeah,
but there's no price increase because there's no velocity.
Brian, I will say the biggest difference between England and America is England is one country on one rock. America is 50 countries on one rock.
right.
Agreed.
It's so different. You need to be here to understand it. That's why, like, when they all go ballistic about America's gun problems, I don't get into it. It's America's thing.
Okay,
Because you have to be here to understand it.
yeah, maybe this
Well,
will
no, the thing is, what we've got now is
well,
right.
Maybe
I'll do it with this lighter. Right, that's $1.
right.
Right, if 10 people swap that dollar in goods and services, then your GDP, which is your gross domestic product, is now $10. Even though there's only $1 that's in circulation.
I
Right.
get that,
Right,
I
but
get
that-
that, Brian.
10
that
people
America's-
swapped it between
Right,
themselves.
I get that, Brian. But listen to Spectre.
Right, so
and
if you
listen to
put
everybody else,
$10,
because America is so different.
right.
Trust me, mate.
if you print $10 and
Yeah, but-
there's only one transaction instead of 10,
right,
your
but
still-
that's
GDP is still the same.
no,
It's
it's not
still
the
a
same.
$10 GDP.
No,
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 it's,
no,
Bri-
Robert,
Brian,
it's
li-
not.
Brian,
Listen to
use your
Spectre.
way of thinking, but listen to Spectre.
here's
And
here's
he will explain the way that America ticks.
here's the way that it works. Like right now, especially, right, is the fact that, like you said, I agree. There's more money than there in the system than needs to be, and that's as a result of what the country was forced to do. The way it works is, like he said, in the United States, you might say that we're 50 countries on one rock, and if you look at it, if you were to break it down, right, for instance, the Northeast and California are nothing more than consumers. They consume, and consume more. They don't produce shit. Most of them, and this country has become so reliant on non-production. We don't produce anything hardly at all.
You're consumers. You are a consumer-based nation now.
So that GDP and that transaction you're talking about is basically, it's not existent. The money that was put there was not produced. Therefore, our labor force does not do anything to counteract that money that was put in. That's the problem when you start pumping money into a system rather than generate it. We don't consume shit. Our country, this country, the United States of America, has become a nation of consumerism rather than production.
Yeah.
Agreed. Canada is the same. We did the exact same thing, only because we had to follow suit when the U.S. dumped all that cash.
Correct.
Okay. All of a sudden, our government turned around and started printing money at a fucking record rate.
Correct.
And just dumping it into the system. But that didn't help anything because we weren't producing jack shit.
No.
Right?
Nobody would
We
do
weren't
that.
producing nothing. We were buying, but that when you dump that kind of cash into a system, it doesn't what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't motivate people to fucking, or it doesn't motivate companies to make something, produce something. For example, Robert's lighter, they're not going to produce the fucking lighter when they can go to fucking China and buy it, or somebody else will make it and we'll just purchase it. Why
Correct.
build it?
Correct.
And that's what happens. And the next thing you know, you've got that fucking bubble. But eventually, Spectre, you got to agree, the bubble is going to fucking burst.
Oh, it's already burnt. It's got to.
You can't flood a fucking country, whether it be Canada, Great Britain, China, fuck whatever. You can't flood it with that much cash and not have it come around, do an end round and come and bite you in the ass, which is doing right now.
Which is where recession comes in, because they have no choice but to increase the interest rate to borrow money. It costs more to borrow money. It costs more to buy the goods and services that we need. It costs more just to have a daily life. They don't have a choice but to do that because they got to find a way to take that money out of the system. They just have to. They don't
Agreed.
and then
The only way to take money out of the system is to get rid of the debt.
Yeah, but Brian, trust me. As a fellow Brit, you go to a different country. Now, I'm a foreigner in this country, in America.
Yeah.
That goes out the window. You have to abide by the way that that country works, operates, whatever. It's
Agreed.
so different.
And they keep giving the money
You have
away.
to abide
Money
by the way-
always operates the same. If I put loads of money into the system, all this money that they flooded the market with, trying to stimulate something with a
Brian,
stimulus,
Brian,
everything
2 weeks,
else.
2 weeks ago,
it's already
this
sat, it's
country-
already sat there. It's still sat there.
No,
Always.
but Brian, listen, mate. 2 weeks ago, we anticipated we went officially into recession. Then you're told, no, that's not a recession. These are the different figures. Like I say, if you're like me, you're a visitor to this country, let them deal with it. They're going to tell you what's going on, and you just you got to abide by it. And
Yes.
it's just different.
That
I
money
agree.
is still sat- What I'm
I
saying is,
agree.
oh,
Hold on,
man.
Robert, hold on. I
Okay.
agree, Brett. But remember, being a Canadian, and like I said earlier, because we rely so heavily on the U.S. for our trade, regardless of what they do, we almost have no choice but to follow suit.
right.
Right,
You can
and
sit there
that's
and
exactly.
say, you can sit there and say, okay, Britain is its own, and it's on, and it doesn't
No.
rely, say, for example, like Canada does, so they can do things differently, and their GDP is gonna. Anything the United States does within fucking a month, within 30 days, Canada usually has to follow suit, and it's not popular.
No.
But we have to do it.
But that's what I'm saying, Brian. We all know that in this, and again, America, apologize. We're in a recession. We've started in a recession, and we've been in it for a couple of
Yeah,
months.
some quarters now.
But Powell says, hold on a minute. No, you got to look at the criteria. We're not in a recession. And so, so Canada's going to be based on that for the next couple of months, even though we know it's crap. We're in a big problem here. And that they just keep trying to diverse it. And now we've got the student debt thing. We're gonna pave off that money. That's going to give us another bit of breathing space. There's a problem. But I can't say it, I can see it, but I can't say it.
Right.
And that's the difference,
No, yeah, and Wilburner's right about how the U.S.'s economy affects Canada. That's just like the situation that we're in right now. China's economy is affecting the globe and the U.S. extremely.
But they're not talking about that, and that's weird.
well,
I don't understand why they're not talking about that.
Because they don't want to admit it. Our government.
Right.
Right. What happens? Right, because this is what I predict's coming next, is that the economy will pick up, but then you've got all those extra dollars or pounds.
You want
sat there.
Brian, my take on that, right? We got burned years ago when we were 2/3 of the world. The British colony was 2/3 of the world.
Well,
and the rest of the world needs to look at what happened to us. We got burnt. We got burnt big time. In England, we see what's going on, but we don't see the biggest picture. And I'll tell you what, Brian, the biggest picture is it ain't good.
Well,
and I appreciate that. I read a lot what's going on in England every day, and I speak to my mother and stuff like that. England will be as honest as it can, but it doesn't see the big storm that's coming.
Well,
there's a big storm coming. That's what I'm telling you. All this extra cash that's sat there, people aren't spending it yet.
Well, hold on. Exactly.
Will pick up, and when that cash goes back into the system, you're going to get hyperinflation.
Well, we've already been through the hyperinflation. The next step is
no, not yet. You haven't. I'm telling you now. 2020 next year, you'll start seeing.
Well,
if the economy picks up, you'll start seeing.
Okay, Robert, let Spectre talk.
Well, let's throw the final piece into that. Okay. Like I said, there's not much we can go back and look at, but there is one thing you can look at. obviously they formally announced the United States is in a recession. The next step, like you said, we will probably experience some more hyperinflation. The next step is depression, but there's one way to avoid that. And how is that?
Pile a ton of money in free
War.
money.
No, sir. War.
No, you're right.
The United
That's the two options. That's the two options. And unfortunately, that war thing, because that Russian stuff, and you would know because you're a military person. When was the last time you kept hearing talking about nuclear problems? We never heard that.
Well,
that's weird.
The last time the United States was in a depression, what did we do? We went to war in Vietnam. We went to war in the world wars. There is no disputing it that the United States economy, as well as the support of Canada, our economies flourish in the time of war.
Well, Spectre, fucking the U.S. economy was brought out of the recession or depression, World War II.
Yes, sir.
Right? Because the U.S. economy from 35 to 39 was, you guys, the U.S. economy, you guys were in a recession. What happened? World War II broke out.
Yep.
You guys trickled in 41 because Pearl Harbor was bombed. Then you officially entered the war. What happened? Well, you kickstart the war machine and you start building. Next thing you know, you're building everything in sight.
Yep.
What is that doing? Well, all of a sudden, companies are getting money. They're getting paid. They're building shit.
Yes.
And then what happened? It died off.
Yep.
Right? World War II died off. When was the next one? Vietnam, back in 62
Yep.
when they first started dabbling with it, right?
Yep.
And that's what started. More money got put in. Why? Because more shit had to be built.
And
as long as there's something to motivate or to push the industrial complex, you will have a flourishing economy.
Right.
But as soon as that stops, you're fucked.
Right. Now go back. Let's go a little bit further. The last recession that we experienced was in 08, right? What happened in 08?
You had Afghanistan and Iraq.
Started.
That was the first one.
Yep. It had stopped. The Gulf War has not stopped. Look what the economy when we pulled back out of Afghanistan and started dialing back that industrial complex. Here we are again. Now we're faced with it. I'm telling you, that's the last of the puzzle to keep this economy from going back into a depression.
And Spectre,
how sad?
No, but Brian, can I just say to Spectre, me and Brian in the chat, we would not understand this of what's really gone on. We thought all that Afghanistan war and stuff out and everything else was over. No, it's not. If you listen to Spectre, that's what I'm saying. You have to be in that situation where you totally understand. And I didn't realize till I came to this country that once you realize what's really going on, we see from England, we see that, the TV tells us this and blah, blah, blah. Talk to Spectre and it'll give you a better perception on what on earth has gone on in his time, because we don't understand it. And to make that judgment call, so that's why I stay out of a lot of it, because now I understand. Being in this country, you see what's gone on, and then you listen to these vets, it's a different ball game, So sorry, sir.
But I don't even think, and no disrespect to Spectre, absolutely. But I don't think you need to be a vet to see that, to track that pattern.
No,
but in England we
need
do.
To be a vet at all. I'm not even an American. You need to be a vet to see that, to track that. I can see that. Be a vet at all. I'm not even.
Who's got an echo?
No, I don't think. No, and I agree. You don't have to be a vet to track that cycle. I think that where my knowledge as a vet comes in is one that the actual war in the Middle East had never died down. We always had troops there. But I think the more important thing that I can add to it is when it comes to war and when it comes to staying in war and the longevity of it, the money that is spent by governments in order to keep equipment and bullets and weapons and food and oil and all that stuff to troops in order to keep them going is massive. You're talking about billions of dollars. You're talking
trillions of dollars.
You're talking about armored vehicles. You're talking about tons of bullets and ammunition that get airdropped. You're talking, it is the war machine, the theory and the stories of the war machine, the money that it can generate, and the labor force that is required when the United States fires up these production mills to produce that stuff is incredible. one.
But the average Joe doesn't realize that. They
No.
just think that it's Monday to Friday and I'm good to go. I'm going to go to McDonald's and get my whatever. They don't understand what is really going on. And that's why I tell a lot of people, from my point of view, talk to a truck driver. We've got a fairly good perception of what's going on around us.
Right.
I can't speak for everything.
Well, here,
but
let's give a real example. Like the war in Ukraine kicked off, right?
Mhm.
Now there is the Ukrainian Air Force. They use like F-16s. They use some F-8 Phantoms and all that stuff. They got it there within the first week. He's been declared an ace in the Air Force over there now, globally. He shot down 5 of Russia's 5th generation fighters. You know how much one of them fighters cost?
Probably
It's
around about
ridiculous.
13 to 15 million.
Billion. Try billion. Those new fighters cost $1 billion. Now, imagine if we go to war and we lose one of those. They got to build one quick, fast, in a hurry. So somebody's got to come up with billions of dollars. That's
okay.
What the thing does.
Here's my question to you, right? Because you would understand. The rest of us wouldn't. We've not served, and if anybody's listening, if I've got it wrong, I stand by it. We have not served for our countries. Young Spectre has. Now, the Ukrainian war, to me, that's the British American against the Russian war. That's our battlefield. It ain't so much Ukraine, because we're giving them weaponry that they've never had, and we're educating them. According to the British news lately, we're teaching their navy, we're teaching them this and everything else, and I'm sure America is doing that.
Now we've got Ukrainians. We've got Ukrainians in Britain now being trained and sent back with weapons.
Okay, here's a good example. I can't speak for what they're doing in Ukraine, but anything like we did in Afghanistan. First, I can only speak from personal experience. One of the jobs I had in Afghanistan was I was charged with training an entire Afghan infantry brigade. You're talking like thousands of troops, right? One of the jobs was to make sure that they were weaponized. Everybody got a weapon and stuff. You're talking about the U.S. government producing and giving them M16s, 240 Bravos, our weaponry, giving them our weaponry, right? Somebody had to pay for that. Those things are not cheap.
Right.
You talk about the government. Like for me, my small part of it was responsible for watching the transition of that equipment, like weapons, trucks, mortars, all that stuff, as well as investing the time to train them. Somebody had to pay for that. That's what war does. That's what war does. War will. That's why I say is the American economy thrives and flourishes because it's all in those little details. Somebody's got to pay for that shit. And it's the American plants, the steel plants and stuff. That's why, like during World War II, Vietnam, World War I and stuff, when the war machine went into effect, that's why you started seeing the stories of like the everyday housewife back at that time. They were in the plants working. You had children when they got to of age. They were in the plants working because the labor force absolutely explodes, which you increase that GDP because now we're producing and we can sell it to other people. And
but when you're producing all these weapons, and you're taking them over and you're arming the Afghanis or like did it even say the Ukrainians, who's paying for that? The Ukrainians aren't stroking a check for these weapons.
No,
the Afghanis are not stroking a check. If you're arming an entire infantry brigade or whatever, they're not writing a check and going, okay, thank you for the weapons. Here's your $40 million.
Yeah, they will be paying. Ukraine will be paying over the next 100 years.
I know where he's going. We're taking their resources and using it for our own supply.
Right.
That's exactly.
But are you getting dollar for dollar value? You think?
No.
You wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that until we knew what the end result was.
Yeah, he's telling the truth. I know what he's saying. I'll say it. We take their resources. We take all of it. What we want to take, it's the spoils of war.
Yeah.
No, that's normal. That's how war works.
Yeah.
It isn't about America, but that's how war works. So if people think America is that Munger, no, it's not. That's how war works.
Yeah.
And if you think we were over there rebuilding their country after we blew it to shit and it was costing them nothing, and we didn't take lithium, we didn't take minerals, we didn't take metals, we didn't do none of that shit, you're out of your mind. Yes, we took all that shit. We took it all.
You guys raped they raped the fucking place dry.
Yes. Yeah.
They benefited from
Nobody
the.
said anything about that though, did they?
No, they didn't.
I know, but
Oh,
you
fuck
got
no.
to be so. But war is war. War is so different. It you get the spoils of war and whatever. I can't knock any country. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm not gonna knock America. I'm not gonna knock England or whatever. You just can't.
That's the
I'll knock England. I can knock England if you want.
yeah.
Don't be a bitch, Brian. For Pete's sake.
No, it's okay. You can call me a cunt. Call me a cunt. It's all right.
No, I've quietened down. I'm gonna just call you a bitch. That'll
Just don't
work.
call me a wanker.
Yeah.
No,
Call me anything but
But
a fucking wanker.
but no. But listening to this chat tonight, and post trip, you don't do enough videos because a lot of people, you'll get into the odd video. I'm listening, and everybody listens to what you say and what you do. And you need to do more business videos. There's like 101 people like me that don't want to get involved with the drama. That absolutely bores us fucking shitless. And I excuse it for my French.
I'll make a deal, Britt. You come help me run the fleet and I'll do more videos.
But when Brian started this chat tonight, if you listen to the two chaps that come on, that just summed it up for me. That was two people that want to know, Brian, help me out here. It ain't about drama. If you want to go to drama, go to relevant channels. If like me, if you're not interested, just get out of it. We're in a hard time. We're in a hard place. Pick your corners. Listen to people like Brian. Listen to people like Post Trip. That's going to help you out. We're in tough times. If you're on this rock in England, in America, sorry, England, I'm talking about because I'm thinking about Brian. But if you're here, find proper sources.
I'll be honest with you. Here's the thing, and I appreciate what you just said, and hopefully I will get a chance to do more videos. It's hard right now with trying to stay as busy as we are, or trying to
exactly because your business comes first.
Yeah. Now I will say this. And this is how I want to tie what I just said about the war machine back into this industry in specific. I'm waiting for that last cog, because if that happens, truck drivers are going to be so damn busy you'll be pulling your hair out.
Yes.
I believe so.
At this point in time, honestly, I'm hoping that somebody in our administration has the balls to say we're going to war. I hope that happens. It's what it's going to take. It's what it's going to take.
I think that's sooner. I think that's sooner rather than later because of what I'm watching in England about how we're. I just think it's sooner rather than later, and I totally am behind you, because if we don't kickstart this stuff, we're in a whole world of hurt, And it sounds selfish, and I apologize if I come across selfish, but it is what it is,
Right.
Well, I don't know if it's because I'm the peaceful Canadian here, and like we don't go out and win wars. We just don't.
Right.
You want to play hockey? We're your guys. You want to, that kind of shit. But
Brian, you listen to Lizzie. Just do yourself a favor.
Shut up, for fuck's sakes.
Well, I just fucking lost my thought. Fuck, way to go. You think about what your thought was, and I'll say this is because and Brian may remember this. A lot of you remember this, but when the Gulf War first kicked off, going into Iraq, and it even continued towards the end of Afghanistan, anytime war kicks off, you're going to start seeing like these contracting companies, like Boeing or whoever it may be. They are going to start throwing big money at trucking companies, small fleet companies in particular, to take their drivers over and have them move shit for 6 months at a time. And when I'm talking big money, guys, let me tell you something. I got a buddy of mine who was up in Afghanistan until about a year ago. And literally for 6 months, that joker was making over $300,000 a month tax-free money. And
We had Spectre. We had a company. We've actually had a couple of companies in Canada making that offer. We're actually recruiting. Right now, I wasn't in a position, but I was talking with them, and they were throwing numbers at me, going, "Okay, we'll pay for it.
Yep.
We're taking you over there." And basically, what's the main highway in Afghanistan? Like, this the number 3 highway, I think it is, isn't it?
The number 3 and number 1, yes, sir.
Right. So the number 3 highway, they basically wanted you to run construction material, right?
Yep.
Building materials. And they're going to stick you in pretty much a bulletproof shunt truck that runs
Yep.
85 miles an hour.
Yep.
And you are, and that's what you, but they're going to pay you 200 to 250 to 300,000 bucks a month. I wasn't in a position to take it.
Yeah.
If somebody offered it to me right now, I wouldn't be sitting here fucking talking to you.
No.
Okay. I'd
No.
be gone.
Yep.
6 months, 300,000 a month. I'll take that gamble. I gamble. I will take that gamble.
Yes.
Back then, I wasn't in that position, but I would do it now.
Yep.
And
Brian.
you're right. I think it's going to happen again. But hold on, Brett, be quiet, because I found my thought and I don't want to fucking lose it again. What I was saying about the Canadians is, and maybe just because I'm a peaceful country, when you're talking about jump-starting an economy by starting a war, how sad is it that people have to die to jumpstart an economy? We're
Right.
willing to trade dollars for lives. Now that's the world in general. If you look around,
It is.
right? It really is. It doesn't have to be a war. People are getting killed off all the time over fucking money, and most of it's oil money, really.
Yeah.
But how sad is it to think we can jumpstart our economy and boost our fucking economy? All we have to do is start a war. But how many people got to die for that?
Yeah.
Now,
Agreed.
I'm not trying to throw a cog in your wheel. It's just something that I thought about, right?
Reality.
Right,
Yeah.
Brian, we supply to companies called like Halliburton. So I rest my case.
Yeah.
With regard to some of these big conglomerates, it is what it is.
Yes.
I'm going to jump off here and go stare at my beautiful wife. So I'm going to jump off here. Listen.
Spectre, please though, do the industry a favor, mate. Come in once a week, whatever, appear on something, because a lot of people are reliant on
Yeah.
positive people like you to
Yeah,
come up
dude,
with that
I really
information.
appreciate everything you said here tonight. I really
Yeah.
do.
No, you're welcome.
Thanks for stopping in, man, and you're welcome anytime.
Okay, I will do. You guys have a good night, and I will. I'll do my best, guys.
All right, have
All
a
right.
good night, brother.
You too.
There he is.
Dude, you guys have a good night, and I will. I'll do my best, guys.
All right, okay, Wolf.
You too.
It's
Wolf.
got to be that gentleman. in the
Yeah,
bottom
how
left.
you doing?
Who is that in the bottom left?
Good,
Who is
but-
that?
You guys have a good night. I will.
Somehow or another, we're getting an echo off of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, how you doing?
Who is that in the bottom left? Who is that? Turn your YouTube off. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah.
Turn your
We got it.
off.
Put a set of headphones on or something.
Bulldog, turn your YouTube off. You've got something going on or whatever. God damn. Bulldog, turn your YouTube off. You've got something going on or whatever. God damn.
Fuck. Wolf, I had to mute you because there's something going on. Like we're hearing everything twice, 3 times through your system. I don't know if you've got 2 devices running at the same time. I don't know what it is.
If you tab, what happened with me is your tabs up in your top. If
No,
you've got
you're fine.
StreamYard
Brian,
and then kill
Brian.
YouTube.
Brian, while you're in here, mate, I wasn't trying to cut you dead, mate. Spectre is a very popular chap in my area.
I know who Spectre is. I know who he is.
And he knows. So I'm just saying we're not the Echo. But Brian, I wasn't trying to cut you dead, mate. I was just saying because I know Spectre, and Spectre is a very positive, not so much positive, but he will give you true information, and that's what we all guys need to be doing. We don't need to be giving out a bunch of bollocks. We need to just be talking the truth,
Yeah.
And-
I don't know if you've noticed. I don't know if you've noticed, Britt, but I've kind of backed off. I haven't done a live in over a week. right? And
That I have noticed that.
I haven't been on anybody else's lives. I actually, that's a lie. I popped in on this guy's trucks. I popped in on him last night just briefly.
Yeah,
But
I don't
I've
do
been-
that.
I've been
That
trying
one's
to-
a big toxic.
Well, I've
at the
been
moment.
trying to distance myself a little bit. Try like you were talking about the drama and the,
Yeah.
you know, it's okay for a little bit here, a little bit there because it's entertaining and it's fun. But I would much rather be sitting around, and I don't have huge numbers in here tonight. Like right now, there's 30 in here. I think we were at 50 at some point, but I'd rather sit here with 30 people talking
Right.
about what we're doing here than sitting there talking about abortions and the right to and no.
I know. I was in a live the other night on Red Hawks and I let loose because somebody pissed me off. And if any of those people are in here, I ain't that normal person. If you're gonna upset me once in a decade, I've got something to say about it. The rest of it, I'm not interested, because the biggest problem is what's going on around us, and we need to be concentrating on that. How does that affect you? How does that affect your life and business and whatever?
Yeah.
And that oh God, that silly stuff I'm not interested in, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. And I'm slowly trying to distance myself from it. Right.
Right.
I don't mind it once in a while, but I can't do it 3 nights a week.
But I just think that you've got this vehicle, and like I was trying to tell Curtis tonight, that Curtis needs to work with you, because those two people that come on tonight, they want to know everything. And I
Right.
swear to God that you help those two chaps, you know? And that's what it needs. We don't need to go on YouTube and find a bunch of us fucking idiots and whatever. We need to find people that can. How can you help me? How can you help me and my family? This is what I want. How does that help? And those two guys you were talking to tonight, and like I said, I've been.
Oh, right here. Bet you right here. Why did
Who
mom
is
stop
this?
that? I got PP pretty soon.
No, you're crazy at times. God.
There it
damn.
is.
I'm being serious. Who is that?
Oh,
He's got to turn your device, man.
Not
You're
really.
sideways.
The heck is going on? Is that Curtis?
No.
is that me?
Is that no? That's Hold on, 20 seconds. We got to listen. We got hold up. 20 seconds of Canada. Here,
Hello.
Robin. That's Robin, isn't it?
No, I don't know. That's Wolf.
Wolf. That's
who's
me.
Wolf? Who's
Yeah.
Wolf?
Well, turn your
Hold on.
camera so you're the right way.
You
Trying
want
to get it right way. I don't know how to do this. First time.
Turn your phone up the 180. I don't know what you call it, 180 or 90 degrees. Just turn the fucking phone. God damn.
There
That's
we go.
it.
There it is.
That's it. Don't move the phone anymore. Leave it there.
Can you hear me?
Touchdown! We got it.
Yeah. Oh no, no! Leave the phone on you. You. I was gonna say a W word. Like no, don't.
This is
Just
my
leave the
first
phone
time.
on you. God
Frit's about to
damn.
have a fucking stroke, man. Put your
I
phone down.
flipping am. I'm trying to talk proper information here, and he's losing it for me. God damn. Keep the phone there, for Pete's sake.
There you go.
I
There you
like
go.
James Best.
No, James Best is that's a different level, James. James is a
Oh.
different level.
So if we don't go to war,
Yeah.
we're going to get hyperinflation.
We're getting
Oh, I
it either
think we
way.
are. Especially,
So-
We're getting it either way.
don't get
Yeah.
me
You're gonna
involved
get
with this stuff.
That's what's going to happen when your economy picks up. All this money that they put into the system will put up the prices. Then that's the result of inflation. You inflate the money supply, but it's there. It's
But Robert,
there.
I think
So,
Robert,
you
I
get
think
the
you're gonna
money.
get that. You're gonna get that anyway.
Uh-huh.
Well,
Well, we're
don't
gonna
get me
get-
involved right now because this thing's gonna help my daughter. It's gonna pay for her college, probably. But I mean, I don't think it's good for everybody else.
Okay. but Robert's
See
on
what
here.
I'm saying?
Can I just say
Tell
Robert's
us,
on here?
tell us that
And,
again.
and
I didn't
no,
understand what-
Back
Robert,
in a minute.
Robert, listen, Robert, are you
Right.
listening?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey up, Chuck, how you doing? Wanker.
Hey,
No, but anyway, what?
Hey,
Go on.
no, man.
say it.
I'll tell you the joke now that we're going to tell you. But best
Nobody in this.
let's
Yeah,
do it.
I tell my joke to 360 million people and they don't understand. Tell me a joke. Tell me a British goddamn joke.
I'm
Fuck
gonna, right? This Yorkshire couple went on holiday to Spain, but they didn't like the Spanish food, so they went self-catering. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
go on.
so when they got there, Yorkshire chap says, we forgot we forgot the bistro. So there's another English couple over there. They've got a Union Jack on their case. Go over there to their apartment and ask them if they've got any bistro. So Yorkshire lad goes over to the apartment, knocks on the door, and it's a southern couple who's stopping in the other apartment. So he
Yeah,
knocks
but
on the door.
Yeah, but Brian. You
He
got
knocks
it,
on the
Robert.
door.
Sorry, Robert. No, but hold on. You got to realise that we're Southerners. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, you're Southerners. He knocks on the door, and he says to Southerner, "Hasta any bistro?" He says, "Fuck off, you Spanish cunt."
I know. See, that's what I don't get. I know, but that's the weirdest thing because my missus she's American. Trying to explain a fucking joke is just I give up. I don't even explain it to her now. I don't do jokes. I explain to my missus
No.
and she's standing mortified, like, what the fuck? I think, oh fuck it, I can't be saying.
My grandmother was from England. She came over after the war, and I could never understand her sense of humor.
But no, yeah, Robert's got like a northerner accent. Northerner.
Dude, it all sounds the fucking same to me.
No, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't.
It does so. If you and Robert were sitting in a room,
Brian, I know it's your channel, mate. Let me just help you out here. But
no, that's okay. I know.
It is so different. Like I am from one of the boroughs of London called Wimbledon, and then moved south. Now these guys, not and he'll call me a southern softener and whatever. What the fuck? I don't care. Like we call them northern knobs and fucking northern fuckers.
Bastards.
But yeah, those northern fuckers, whatever. But I will say, I think it's about 70% of the British Army is northerners. So respect to northerners. Even though I take the piss out of these guys, they're the biggest majority of our military. It comes from. Now, whichever way you slice it, for whatever reason, I'm going to the military, I don't care. These guys have served the military. So they have represented England. And and me and Robert will take a piss out of each other because he understands my like the other day when I went to not the other day, but when I went to a funeral a while back, and my bloody mobile phone went off, my cell phone as you call it here, and it was always look on the bright side of life, and yet I'm in a fucking funeral. And I felt such a fucking jerk off. But Robert would understand listening to Monty Python. Always look on the bright side because we have that sense of humor. We're not gonna like, oh god, it's the end of the world. Why did you? No, because I would find that fucking funny, man. I did, but I had to change it because the missus got all like pissy about it and whatever. But we Brits we're just brought up to take the piss out of people, including ourselves. We don't care,
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you this: you're really good at instigating fucking confusion, and you really know how to needle people.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but yeah, I'll agree with that.
Just nod and say, "Yeah, you're right, Bri." That's all you need to do.
No, people, no, we don't. We're not needlers. We just take piss. It's called taking the piss.
Yeah.
Just, if you're a bit soft and you can't take a bit of piss, then you're fucked, aren't you?
I was in Brian. I was in live the other night with Red Hawk, and I like Red Hawk. He's very comical. I pretty much choose a very limited amount of people that are going to the lives, yourself included. I don't get into a lot of people. If you're problematic, I don't want to know, because that I don't want that. Now I was in a live the other night, and then somebody got all gobby, and it just pissed me off, and that's it. It
I
just
think
triggered me.
I think what pissed you off there, Nomad, is the repetitiveness.
Exactly, because
It was
it was just
fucking
pathetic.
shut up.
It was, yeah, it was just pathetic, and I'm dealing with a fucking village idiot, and that's exactly that is the problem. Like I say, and Robert can understand what my mind's thinking, and I'm having to deal with.
Yeah, you'll take it once, just don't keep repeating it.
Yeah, because it gets boring as fuck. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hold on, I'm on Brian's channel. You can't be.
Yeah.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what was Bristol, right? I mean, there's a joke, and then there's just carrying on, and then we're like, "Fuck off, cunt."
Yeah. But listening to Brian tonight, like I said, Robert, if you listen to Brian and those two chaps earlier on, that's brilliant. Listening to that, and then you got Curtis. Yeah. I'm not sure if you understand, Brian, but Curtis is OTJB Clips. I found out tonight that he is Western Express Clips, and I was telling him to get your fucking ass into gear, mate, and represent Western Burner, because that was a bloody good conversation tonight. And
it was.
You appreciate that if Western Burner is going to attract people like Post Trip and stuff like that, that's phenomenal. And we need to explain that. How do we help people and stuff out? Let's not take the piss out of people. Let's try and help people, because half those people you help, they're going to help you as well, actually.
Well, I think, Brett, what we're trying to get to is, at the end of the day, that the next generation coming in, if they don't get the help that they need, it's not going to benefit me. I'm still in this business. And if they're coming in and they're fucking it up and they're making a mess of it, it's going to fuck me up and make a mess of me.
Right.
Obviously, yeah. Because you get more
that's why I was telling you.
It's going to go up.
But that's why I was telling Curtis. Curtis needs to be talking to you. However you guys off screen, whatever. How do we help these guys? Because he's got the potential to promote somebody like yourself, who's just a normal person that gets on in life and does the right thing. And that's what people need to understand, that perspective,
Yeah. There's got to be a sense of reality to it, with some honesty.
Right.
And a little, and like I said before, a little bit of knowledge. I don't mean like shit you learn in university, not book knowledge, but experience. Pass on the experience. Probably a good 60 to 70% of the shit that I know is just from experience, from doing it. What works and what doesn't work. And having enough common sense to know that if it doesn't work, you don't do it again.
That's better than the university degree.
Because education. Trucking is a very dynamic industry. You don't need 2 O levels like in England. You don't need all this stuff. You don't need it. What you do need is mindset and that ability to carry on.
Agreed.
The rest of it is irrelevant. I left school at 15 years old because I got pissed off with school. I wanted to be out of there. And I've done okay, It's just, I don't know, that they just put this stuff on people, but we should be out there to help people, because definitely on this side, because America is 75% reliant, so I'm led to believe, on truck drivers,
I agree. I absolutely agree. I can find no fault in anything you're saying. I agree 100%, buddy. 100%.
But Robert, I'm not kicking you in the bollocks, mate. I'm just here. Like, what I'm saying is, because I'm 4,000 miles away, so I just want to stand corrected. I'm not. Fuck you. But I'm just saying. But I'm not going to kick you in the bollocks, mate. I'm just saying.
Okay, hold on. What the fuck is kicking somebody in the bollocks? Is that like they're kicking somebody
in the nuts? Yeah.
All right. Speak
Yeah.
fucking English for Christ's sake. We're in
I
Canada.
fucking am. We're British.
Thank English.
Goddamn. We came first
Fuck.
before you fucking Canadians. Goddamn.
Oh, wait a minute. My Uber just showed up with my fish and chips. Fuck off.
What?
Uber just showed up with his fish and chips.
No way. Brian, stick it on microphone. I'll
Go on, you
speak
know-
to them.
Right,
I'll tell them to go fuck themselves. You got the wrong address.
go on now, man.
Oh,
You're not kicking
bollocks
me
is
in the
nuts
mullet.
there. See, I found out what it is. Thank you.
What?
I'm
No,
gonna have
keep-
to sit here with a goddamn English dictionary if I'm gonna listen to you two talk.
No, but the difference is the British. Robert speaks a very How do I explain it? Hold on. No, but he's got a northerner stroke. He's not completely northerner. I'm a southern softie because Robert likes to call me that. Fucking wanker.
No,
But he
it's a
likes to call
joke,
me that.
mate.
You know?
It's only a joke.
I know I'm pulling your fucking. I'm just pulling your fucking leg, mate. It's amazing that once you come to America, and they take the piss out of us guys, but fuck me, you talk to some of these crazy bastards in America, they can't even speak fucking any type of English. You go to fucking Louisiana, and it's like, what the fuck did they just
Yeah,
say?
but you see-
I don't know what they say.
I got no problem. I can go to any state, and it doesn't matter whether, because you can go from Georgia to Alabama to New Orleans, to Louisiana, and it's different. Each it's English, but it's different in each state. And for
Yeah.
some reason, I have no problem. I can go to any state, and I can either understand everything they're saying, and I can blend in fine. When it comes to the English accent, same with the Scots or the Irish.
Yeah,
I
Scott.
struggle with those accents.
So the fucking I, because the Scots and the fucking Irish,
What
they talk
about-
some Gaelic
What about
crap.
the UP in Michigan?
The what?
Who?
The UP in Michigan.
I got no problem. I can understand them in Michigan.
How about Upper Peninsula?
No, I like I said, I can go anywhere in the States, anywhere down here where it's English, but it's a different twang, is what you want to call it, right? Or it's a different accent with the it doesn't matter, especially in the southern states, all the way you go from Texas all the way across the bottom there. Every state has a different twang to their English, and I have no trouble interpreting what they're saying, even when they're
What about-
using different.
Yeah, but what about the UP? The UP, Upper Peninsula, Michigan.
That
You
means
think-
I don't
sir,
understand what
to
you're
you. That means nothing to us.
That
because
means
I-
nothing to
I
me.
have
What's
no
the Upper Peninsula of
understanding.
Michigan?
Yeah, way up
Yeah.
on the top there.
Yeah, that's up by Sault Ste. Marie.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
just
yeah.
Michigan. That's
Yeah,
just
I can
Michigan.
understand.
They have a
they
different
talk
whole
just
slang
fine.
up there.
No,
No,
fuck,
you
they
you
talk
guys
fine.
just talk. Yeah, you guys just talk stupid anyway up there. We just get used to it. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what the UP is, but you guys. I'm up there next week actually because I'm. God damn, where am I at? I'm at Escanaba next week, which is the Great Lakes of Michigan.
Right.
So
Yeah, they have a whole different slang up there.
no, I just fucking ignore everybody because I'm perfect. I just fucking ignore everybody. Fuck them.
No.
They talk to me like I don't know what they're talking about, and I talk to them like they don't know what they're talking about. I have no fucking idea.
Look at fucking. You've even look at this, Brett. You've even got Nevada sticking up for you here. Fuck. What does the world come to? God damn it, Kyle. Go to bed.
What does he say?
I'm
You
a
bloody
timer.
snake.
I've got my accent. Bye.
Nevada, Kyle and Danny, they get so fucking slammed, and I don't know why. They're just good people that want to give out info, but goddamn, the rest of this country and you guys get so pissed off with them, and I don't know why. You know,
I don't know.
they're
I,
good
I
people.
think what it is that Nevada and Mrs. Nevada, they do well.
That's
And they don't rub it
exactly
in
the.
anybody's
That's
faces, but
exactly the point, and I don't understand why
they
people
do
got
well,
fucking.
and they show the fruits and of their own labor,
Right.
But on the other hand, he turns around and he's very transparent. And I say he, but I'm talking about Mrs. Nevada as well. With the transparency, if you go through Nevada's videos, there is a lot of really good tidbits that you can pick out and pull out that are really, really helpful and useful. And that's what he's throwing out there. And people just take it the wrong way, like he's some kind of fucking, some
Right.
kind of guy that's just rubbing it in everybody's faces. And to me, he doesn't come across that way, but to some people he does.
Yeah, and that's what I don't understand. I mean, yeah, Kyle has he's pushed a few buttons, and he says that and whatever.
Whatever.
That is
We've all
what that-
pushed buttons.
Right, and that is way past me. I don't give a flying fuck,
No.
And again, sorry, I'm just saying, but there's a very limited amount of people that I watch that I just take the truth. I get way past all that sort of banter and stuff out because that means nothing to me.
Right.
But I just watch, and like lately, with Kyle Nevada has gone out. Him and Danny have gone out, and there's sort of that slight disconnection from their carrier because now they're choosing their own loads. So
I think that's great.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been doing that for a few years, but it's different from a contractor's point of view. We're just looking at this board. I don't deal with anybody apart from that board. So I don't have a lot of connection with Schneider. But from what I'm working out, from what Kyle is saying, that obviously he's obviously got that connection, that he's still contracted to that carrier.
Yeah.
He can generally pick his loads. Now to that carrier, and to be fair to that carrier, they're hoping to God that he gets the most profitable load because they're going to get a percentage of that load.
Agree.
And I watched that video, the last couple of videos where he's taken a cheap load to get into a great load.
Again,
really,
agreed.
that's how it works. I don't understand. And there was people in there saying, "Oh, fucking, I wouldn't touch that." Really, that's how you do it.
To go back on Britt, to go back on what you just said about his carrier, I think it shows something about Nevada and Danny, the way they work and the way they operate, that carrier is willing to put that kind of trust in them to do this.
Exactly.
Because you got to remember, at the end of the day, the carrier has to make a fucking dollar as well. And if they're not producing and making the money for the carrier, it makes no difference whether they're making money because the carrier won't give a damn.
Right, and the one thing that Kyle did bring up in one of his videos is, hold up, they send me through this and that, everything else, tolls. Now that's where, and that's why I say that this is a learning curve for young Kyle and Danny, because they don't want to pay those toll charges, but their company wants to pay them that toll charges. And fair play to, I'm not going to knock their company. They're out there to make money, and that's all they're out there. So sod it, whoever Kyle works for, hats off.
Yeah.
That they're doing a good business. But
absolutely.
But Kyle was finding that happy medium. That this
Yeah.
is how they make that extra bonus. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. And he's finding that. And that's why I left a comment tonight. That he's finding his basically finding his dynamic.
Right. And
so
I think the good thing here is the longer he goes, the better he's going to get.
Right.
Like he's only scratching the surface here. He's just beginning. You
Right.
You watch this kid in another year or so.
Right.
Hopefully he's still doing this and making the videos and showing what he's doing. Because a year from now or 18 months from now, it's going to be a total different ball game and the videos are going to be different. And he's only scratching the surface here. And in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, I think he's going to be he's just going to get better and better and better.
That's what's happening with me at the moment on Schneider. Schneider's asking me to help new contractors coming in of how we run our load board and blah blah blah. It ain't rocket science. It's about and to me, I'm a very basic guy. This is how we do it. And if people can't work that out after a few weeks, they really don't need to be out here. They need to be company driver, and being
Correct.
dispatched and stuff like that, because they don't understand the basics.
Yeah.
And probably recently, I've probably lost. No, I haven't lost because I don't gain out of anything. But I'm being told by Schneider that about 75% of these new contractors are jumping out because they can't understand. But me as a contractor, my revenue is about 7,000 a week, 6.5 to 7,000 a week. Take out my fuel, take out my taxes, and crap like that, and I probably make about $5,000 a week.
Okay.
Who the hell wouldn't want $5,000 a week coming after deductions? You know, but trying to
Agreed.
explain that in the contract market, granted, you could probably earn more than that in the spot market. I'm not in the spot market. I can't speak for the spot market.
But
And
I think I just want to touch on something there, and I think Spectre would be good for something like this if he was doing videos. It's the business sense behind it. There's so many guys that come into, like, they make the jump from a company driver to an owner operator, and they just think it's a matter of, okay, I've bought the truck, I've bought the trailer, put fuel in it, turn the key, and let's go to work. And it doesn't work like that unless you know your numbers. And again, I'll go back to talking about Nevada, because I was on the phone with him the other day, and he put out a video about his numbers, and I did a follow kind of video on it. But he actually took a snapshot of his paperwork, and he sent it to me, and he knows how to run the numbers, and he knows the numbers correctly in what order they're running, and he knows the formulas. And there's too many guys that come in after they'll run a year and they'll run broke because they don't know, what their true cent per mile is. They don't know what I can show you right now guys that are owner operators that don't know how to figure out their fuel economy. Simple fuel economy. How many miles per gallon is your truck getting? I don't know. Well, why not? Well, I don't know how to figure that out. Like, that's where a lot of these guys are. And I think one thing that again, go back to Nevada, is he knows that. He knows those numbers. He may not know everything,
right,
but fuck, which of us do? Like, Brett, do you know every single number? Like, every time the wheel on your truck turns, do you know how much money you're making? How much it's costing you? Or like, do you have it broken down like that?
On contract freight, probably yes. If I'm, because like I said, I'm not gonna slate Kyle, because I think he is like the guy that's gonna be. That's the type of future you need. You need that guy, because he knows what he's doing.
That is the future. I know he's young, and I know he's been doing it a few years. He's not new to the industry by any means. He's not like a 1 or 2 or 3 year term driver, but he's still young and he's still new to the business. That is the guy that 20 years from now is going to be leading the way, and that's what I want to see. That's when it's time for me to step out of this business. Who are we leaving this business to? Those are the types of people. Him and Danny are the type of people that I want to leave this business to, because if we don't leave it to people like that, the fucking industry is going to fall right to pieces, and then it's like the pebble in the pond, right? The trucking industry falls to pieces. Then what happens? Well, all the ripples go out. Everything else is affected by that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here boasting this guy because he owes me anything or I owe him anything. I don't. I just happen to like what him and Danny are doing. That's all.
That's the biggest thing. People seem to see that when Kyle and Danny do videos, and Danny, if you're watching this, you need to be doing videos because young ladies want to know what's going on in the lady world.
Absolutely.
But apart from that, what people want to hear, they want to hear that, oh God, I want this top of the line truck. I want to be earning $400,000 a year and blah, blah, blah. Kyle can do that. Now, Kyle can tell you every bit of crap that you want to hear. Do you really want to hear that? Or do you want to hear what's really going on in this industry,
No, you're right. I want to hear that he took it. I want to hear that he took a shitty $1.60 a mile load.
Right,
he made them as-
but you look at the videos and you look at some of those comments. Oh God, I wouldn't touch that. I wouldn't touch that.
Correct.
Really?
Oh, I agree.
Put yourself in that situation. Why did Kyle do that? Like I say, sometimes he might completely screw up, but Kyle will understand that and will explain that. Oh yeah, I fucked up.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. You're educating yourself, and you're doing something about it.
Yeah.
And he puts
Yeah.
himself in a different thing. But people know, oh yeah, they see this. Oh God, oh, yeah, Nevada. Oh yeah, we really fucked up here. No, he didn't.
No.
I would do that, and like I put on one of his comments, I would do the same thing. I
Yeah.
would use that and go into another area. That's what you do.
Too many guys are too quick to call that a failure, but it's not a failure. First of all, it's a learning experience. Second of all, at the end of the day, it worked out for him. He got a little lucky, right? He caught a break, but at the end of the day, he did put himself in a better position. He was able to raise his cent per mile. What I think it came out to 265 or something like that. Right. Well, you know what? You pulled it out of the fire. You know, you took a kick in the nuts on the first one, but you pulled it out of your ass, and you were able to get it together, and you made it on the second one.
The biggest difference, Kyle understands he understands that if he's kicked himself in the bollocks, what do I need to do to benefit from that and move on?
He just said it right there. Look, if I put my screw ups out there on YouTube, I get feedback that helps me do better. I agree.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, that he will benefit from that. So you can take the piss out of Carl, but he's going to benefit from. You want to throw shit at this, throw shit at this youngster. He ain't stupid. He really isn't. He's asking you for just. Hold on a minute. Can you help me here? No. Yeah, and you're going to get 50% of people being a fucking bunch of idiots, whatever, and that whatever they are. But if you can help somebody like that, surely Kyle, in the long run, in the future, is going to help somebody else because he listened to you. You know.
I would like to agree. I would like to think so. Yes, I would like to think so. We obviously can't know what Kyle's going to be doing 10 years from now, but I would like to think by the personality and by the guy that I know he is, that, he's going to be in that position that if somebody else puts out their hand and goes, I'm struggling with this, what would you do? He's going to give you an honest opinion. He's not going to tell you like I won't tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what I think is the right thing or what I would do in your position. That's what I'm going to tell you. And I would think that Kyle and Danny would do the same thing.
And the problem is we're too reliant on, hold on a minute, if I jump in this, can I get 10 points here? Can I get 5 points?
Oh, fuck
no.
Yeah.
And nobody's interested in that. If you've got some business mindset, you're not interested in that crap.
No, I know.
And it all that bollocks doesn't interest me at all.
No, I agree. But that's enough toting on fucking Kyle. I'm starting to get a little sick here, a little queasy. Like I don't like him that much, for Christ's sake.
I know. He's a fucking tosser.
He is. These young guys. Let's okay. Now we've built him. Let's trash him a little, okay? No.
Yeah.
No.
What's he saying?
Yeah. Hopefully he won the lottery so he can build rockets. You go for it, brother. You go for it.
Yeah. Fuck him.
Well, listen, guys. I've had enough tonight. I'm out of shit to say. Britt, you got anything else worthy of saying or what?
No, I'm eating potato salad at the moment, so no, I'm good.
Yeah, we can tell. Thanks.
No, I'm just saying. But Kyle, people do look up to you. I know people get in arguments with you, and just look way past that because there's a lot more people want to listen to what you got to say.
People are going to argue. People are going to argue with people like Nevada. People like Spectre. They're going to argue because why? Because they're self-thinking. They will think for themselves. They don't rely on other people telling them what to do, how to do.
I know, but
if Nevada wants help, he'll ask for it, or I'd like to think he'd have enough wisdom to ask for advice. But you know what? He's self-thinking, and he's able to put pieces together for himself. And people don't like that. People don't like people that can think for themselves. We're not sheep. Not everybody in the world is a fucking sheep.
I know, but Brian, sometimes people like to get in disagreements with me, and it bores the fucking shit out of me, mate. So what I will say is Canada and America, England loves you because I'm here. All right, so yeah.
You know, fuck the goddamn island of England. You couldn't have had a fucking tsunami or nothing, could you? No.
Yeah,
No.
fuck you, Brian. Yeah, whatever,
Fuck you.
mate.
You know what, Brent? I appreciate you coming in here, and I appreciate talking to you anytime, man. Fuck, I really do. Thank you so much.
All right, appreciate you too. But also push out that guy, that 18, because we've got subscribers up on that gentleman so far. So
yeah, I know. I've got the text here going, and yeah, I'll be working with him.
Hey, now, man, have you
working with him.
subscribed to my channel?
Brian, tell Robert.
You want us to subscribe to your channel?
I don't know what Robert just fucking said, and I'm British, Robert. You talk double Dutch. I don't know what you said.
Have you subscribed to my channel?
You ain't got
What's your channel?
Yeah?
Robert Brownie.
You fucker. Are you sure?
All right. I'll go look at Robert Browning.
It'll come up as a poet if you try and Google it. I mean, try and search it on YouTube.
Robert, you wanker. I'll find it later, mate, and I'll just
put trucking Jans or something like that.
Yeah, something like that, you wanker, and I'll catch you later.
All right, yeah.
You idiots keep talking. If it's okay with you, I'm gonna go have my dinner. Is that all right?
No, because Robert talks northern crap.
Oh fuck! Shut up. Okay, I'm leaving now. You guys get out.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, fuck off.
See you.
Later, you motherfuckers.
Later. Thanks, Robert. Talk to you later, buddy.
You can't do that.
All right, man.
Go in the house.
People expect me.
Honey, come on.
Hey. Oh, you gotta talk to him.
Oh man, you better listen to your wife. She doesn't sound happy.
Oh, she's not very happy ever. But I'm happy to see you.
She doesn't seem happy to see any of us.
Oh, that's fine. But it's time for bedtime, she says.
Well, it is. I've been on here. We've been on here for 4.5 hours. It's time for me to go to bed, bro. I got to get up in the morning and deliver a load. I got to go to work.
I know. You're out there in Ohio, I heard.
Yeah, I'm sitting at the customer cell.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
anyway,
that's what I heard.
Go hang out with your wife and make her happy. I'm going to bed, bro.
Okay. This is the first time I ever did this kind of thing, so I'm just happy to be out here.
You know what? The next time we're live, make sure your notification's on. The next time we go live, get in a little earlier.
Okay, we'll do.
All right. Man,
I'm still trying to figure out this volume stuff and the chat
no, it's
thing.
fine now. The way you've got it set up right now is fine. So.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, that's all good.
Oh, okay.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
There you go.
All right, bye-bye.
Yep, bye.